boss was like, "Oh, you."
Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Family, you're here today with Bomani and Kala Genesis. And family, we are the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood. Just like the big bold letters say on your very top screen, Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood. That's where we're taking you, family. So tonight's topic is called Pan-African Deadly Clown Circus with ringmaster Kala Genesis, the Afrikstan Analysis. So Kala Genesis, are you really a ringmaster?
Yeah, like I said, I've been doing this for years, man. You can call me Reverend Kala. You call me Kamala, the ringmaster with my circus of deadly clowns. I've been dealing with deadly clowns for decades, man. But I never thought that the deadly clown circus would affect the Pan African culture. It seems that no matter where we go, right? Everybody would they let their guards down because there's no checks and balances. People don't fear nobody. People don't feel ostracized. People think they're invincible, so they can say anything they want to. They can go off and be buffoons and clowns and joke around and stuff like that. And they think they can bring their stupid coon stuff is affecting the Pan African culture. And this stupid culture is now basically being showcased on YouTube to the rest of the world. They say as soon as you say Pan African, people start giggling and laughing. It used to be a time when you said Pan African, you somebody that was serious. Somebody that was respected, somebody that was feared, somebody that was admired. Everything. Now, what you look at the Pan African community, what do you see? Clowns,
Yes,
doppelgangers,
man.
fools, buffoons. And I don't give a damn who does not like it tonight. I'm gonna tell it like it is. I put too much into this. I put my life into this, right? For a few people to come along and just squander it and destroy what I've been building for decades. You know. Tonight we're gonna talk about that. We'll talk about the unseriousness of people. Everything's a freaking joke. Everything is fun and games. This is not fun and games. You tell somebody to go to. I was watching one video with this girl that lives in Black African American girl. I think she was Panamanian, but when you really come down to it, if you're born in America, you're African American. She just says, "Look, I'm African American, right?" And she wears a Panamanian. So, like I know a lot of people like that. They're from the Bahamas, they're from Panama, and stuff like that. That's another thing I want to talk about. When you live in America, right, and you was born in America, lived here most of your life, you're African American. The foods, everything like that. So everybody wants this attack on African Americans, right? They don't know where this is coming from. This is coming from outside forces, right, trying to divide Black America from Jamaicans, diasporas, and everything, making it seem like Black America is the worst thing that ever happened and everything. And it's done because people don't have a global Black code. Okay? Let me tell you what a global Black code is, right? When I saw what happened in Ukraine, right? There's one Nigerian girl said the same thing on Phil Scott's show. I sent you the video. She said, look, a real Black people, right, when they see something like what's going on in Ukraine where those Africans, those Black people couldn't get out, you didn't say, oh, forget those Nigerians, except for the stupid ADOS FBA stupid people, right? But your natural instinct is like, you see yourself over there, you're like, how dare you, Same thing with the pool situation in South Africa. We saw a bunch of Black kids beating up old grown white men and whatnot. We don't know what the situation was. The kids could have been throwing rocks. They could have been pissed in the pool for all we know. All we saw was Black kids getting beat out of it. That's the global Black code. You get on code with Black people, right? Then after the fact, you say, hey, okay, maybe we do like this. But what we have is Black people right away when it comes down to other situations. Oh, you better hold your own nuts. You don't care about that. Like you got Haitians right now in the Caribbean, right? 400 Haitians getting turned back. They said no possible way. They'll let Cubans in. They'll let Mexicans in. They'll let everybody else in America, right? Haitians, you can't go. You can't come here. No. So where's Black America on this? Well, Haitians said this. You listen to a bunch of stupid Haitian trolls online turn you against the Black code, how we're supposed to stick together, no matter thick or thin. You give your brothers and sisters by race the benefit of the doubt, and we sort out other stuff behind the scenes, and we keep our dirty laundry out of the public eye. That's what it means to be on code. White people never knew there was a divide between light skin, dark skin, the South and the North, East and West. White people never knew that because we kept in front of them. We put this unified face on. As far as they're concerned, we're all black. But now we got race traders and sellouts, right, in our culture, right, putting our business out in the streets, letting you know there's division between this group and that group and everything like that. And the white people are playing on it. Oh, I see division. Oh, wow, I see that. They love thriving in division. They'll come to a country, right, and they'll basically, oh, man, Yoruba's over here, Igbo's over here. I like that, you know? Same thing they do in South Africa. They don't call black people in South Africa. They call them Zulus. Hey, Kosa. And they'll tell Kosa jokes to Zulus, and they'll tell Zulu jokes to Kosas. And you sitting there having a good laugh. Freaking clowns. And same thing comes to Black America, right? People want to make it seem like Black America is doing so bad, or oh, well, we're doing so bad, blah, 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 blah. And then when black people say, wait a minute here, you defend yourself, suddenly there's something wrong with you. Man, you should be sitting over, bending over, or letting some dusty Nigerian talk about you like that. You know, let people talk about you like that. That's not Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is not you hating yourself. If someone's sitting there telling you to hate yourself, if someone's telling you that there's something wrong with you, then that person is not a Pan-Africanist. You know, I don't care what kind of flag they wave. I don't care what they say. If you don't love what you see in the mirror, you don't love what God made you first. You were born in this culture. You're African American. That's your lineage. That's your heritage. You respect that. And then anything else is we're reaching out and extended. Like I said, the Pan-African extended community. You know, I was very clear when I first came out. I said, when African Americans come first, we have to build among ourselves. We need unity among our community. And then we have the Pan-African extended community. Extended means that we're working on certain things in this cult with these people. We're working on these things with these people. But it does not mean I'm just going to jump out there and, I'm tired of being African American. You ain't tired of being African Americans because you want to get closer to Africa. You want to get tired of that because you want a way out of dealing with white people. And white people are not going to let up. White people are after us. They're not after Nigerians. They're after Ghanaians. They're not after Jamaicans. They don't after Puerto Ricans. They don't like African Americans, the slave descendants. So they want to silence us, crush us, and demoralize us any way they can. And you got Pan-Africanists going along with it. Oh, I don't want to be part of African American. No, let me go get my DNA test. Let me do something else. That's a coward. This is what I am right here. And I'll stand before anybody and defend this shit. That you always be proud of what you are. Just like I'll never let somebody African talk about their own. No, look, I don't care what your people didn't do and like that. You be proud of that. I say that to my Liberian brothers and everything like that, and they say, "Yeah, man." It's like, but I say, "Look, man, you know, you're a Ganta man. You know, you're a Grebo man. You know, you're a Bassa man. You know, you rep that shit. That's what you are. You rep that. Yeah, we're brothers in blackness and Africanness, but you rep what you were born into. You can't change that. God made you that way for a reason. You know, cowards run away from who they are. Cowards take on the identity of somebody else. Cowards hate who they are. They die a coward dies 1,000 deaths. Never realizing, never lived once in his life. So that's what we're talking about tonight, folks. I'm the Kala Genesis, the ringmaster, and the host of the Circus of Deadly Clowns. I don't know why, but God chose me for this role. I've been dealing with deadly clowns my whole life. Let me tell you something, folks, about the clown. You know, what is a clown, right? A clown is there for amusement, right? He's there for amusement, but a clown can be dangerous. As soon as that clown realizes that he doesn't want to be laughed at, just like a dog, you can beat him and everything, but every once in a while, that dog's going to have enough, and he's going to fight back. Same thing with a clown. That clown you laugh at and everything like that. Next thing you know, why did he shoot up the school? You know, why did he go on a rampage? Why did he come in the mail office and shoot up his co-workers? That's what the clown is. Now the clown has now gotten into our circles. They got into our black conscious spaces. These are people that were misfits in Black America. So now they want to come in and change things around. Your Michael Eric Dysons, your Lamont Hills, all these people, all these rejects in Black America. And some people on the internet and social media too. They come up with some weird nonsense that they talk about. The Jesse Lee Petersons. He doesn't care about anything. He hates the community that he comes from. And so you don't listen to somebody like that. To him, Black people are not doing any good. He's living in an alternate reality. To him, Black people are nothing but problems and everything. He takes on the worst characteristics of a white racist and he internalizes it. To him, Black people aren't which we call producing record number engineers this year. Graduates, right? Record number HBCU graduates, Black, more than we've ever had in our history, right? High school graduation rate among African American males is like through the roof. Things are turning around. The prison rate, all that stuff like that is dropping. 65% of African American men are in the middle class income. And they said Black men are the most involved in their sons and their daughters' lives more than any other group of people. But what these people do is they take the worst things in Black America, the pathologies that's really created by white people. Anything that you see in Black America that we can control, it's better. We go out there and get those degrees. We go out there and get those certifications. We go out there and get certificates. We go out there and better ourselves. The rest of it right there, if you really look at it, right, is people who are born in situations and say, well, what about the inner city? Who's in the inner city? It's usually single mothers with teenage sons and everything like that. Or sons whose development been arrested, they say they stay 15 until they almost 30. That's your Pookies and Ray Rays, right? That's a situation right there. That's the created by the government. But when you do have Black families that raise their sons and everything like that, and they send them off to college, they send them off to the mills and everything, we got a nice community. That's the majority of us. But to the race traders and everything, they basically, it's like they don't even, the race traders don't care about cleaning up the Black community. All they do is use Black consciousness as a way to come into our circles and vent that venom and the hatred against all of us. If you talk about Black people who are successful, they'll have something to say about that. I remember when somebody was asked Umar Johnson, what about the Black middle class? He started going, oh, they don't get back to it. Google anything Umar Johnson says about the Black middle class. He'll say, yeah, those people worked hard and everything like that. Let's increase that. No, they're bougie. They don't give back to the community. They don't do this stuff like that. These people, he don't love Black people. He's a clown, pretending to love Black people to get money out of us and do all this stuff like this.
Yo, they're gonna say, how you gonna call a Prince of Pan-Africanism?
Dude, I'm gonna tell it like it is. Until I get proven otherwise, that's the way I see it. I'm just gonna tell 2023. I'm just gonna call it like it is.
There you go,
man. You sound like a race trader. I'm gonna call you that. When you talk about Black America, you got to look at us in our totality. The Black man that's on Wall Street, right, is getting racial insults and dealing with white supremacists and white devils the same way that the brother out there that's a freaking garbage man. So why are you going to alienate him, right? Because you're jealous? Do you know what he's going through? You know how many promotions he got passed up over? This is what happens when we let clowns run our culture and run our community and influence us. That brother on Wall Street, that brother in higher education, he's up there doing the best he can to try to represent us. And I know that feeling where you feel that everything you do is a reflection on your race. You got to be the extra nice guy. You're not free. None of us are free. Ain't no Black man free in this country. We got to play by the white man's rules because a lot of you people call yourselves Pan-Africans have forgotten that. This is a white system, a white man's country, and it ain't making excuses. It is what it is. We got to play by his rules. He the one decides who gets up there and who's not. So anytime a black man is out there making it, he's doing it. I wish him a lot of luck. May not agree with somebody, what a lot of these people do for their life, their lifestyle. I don't care if they marry a white woman, whatever like that. I understand you're still a black man in this world. And I know when it comes down to it, right? Every last single black man is a black man in his soul. Malcolm X said that. He said he had the most bougie black people. He thought they were in society and everything. And they would basically meet him and say, Brother Malcolm, we need to talk. And they found out that there was a lot of black people in high position in the 60s, that were high position in the white man's world, right? Were secretly talking to Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X behind the scenes. That's why they had to divide the Elijah and Malcolm X and destroy the Nation of Islam. Because this is what they do. The white man makes sure that we're always envious of each other. We're always jealous of each other. You know, that nigga ain't shit, man. Yeah, man, he ain't doing this shit like that. You know, you don't know what he's doing besides the scene. You know, you don't know what he's doing behind the scene. You don't know what he's doing with his life and everything like that. A lot of people hide this stuff, what they're doing. But we're so quick to jump on our own people and damn them and everything. And the African American is the only one that ever do that. You'll see people that don't like their presidents in different African countries and everything, but don't you go talking about them. You'll see African countries failing and everything, you know, and I'll talk about President Biya in Cameroon when that. Cameroon will say, hey, wait a minute here, you know, we understand he's a piece of shit, but, you know, don't talk about him. He's a piece of shit, but he's our piece of shit. Only African American thinks he's noble by throwing his people constantly under the bus. That ain't Pan-Africanism, whatnot, you know. If I was any African and whatnot, I would not trust no black American who thinks like that. Don't trust him. You can't trust him. Somebody doesn't love his own people, he cannot be trusted by anybody. When you love your people or whatnot, you know how to say, hey, look, this is what I disagree with. And you know how to chastise them and rebuke them in love. But I don't see that on a lot of platforms nowadays. I see black so-called Pan-African platforms that I think I'm watching Stormfront. I think I'm watching a neo-Nazi website. The ringmaster in the circus of deadly clowns. We have to do better. We have to really do better. Because this thing is serious. You know? Mufasa, what's going on? Hey, yo, can you put that one comment back up on the thing? Some people at ADOS initially spawned as right-wing at white ally to promote, but turned anti-African. A feature not anticipated by whites. We thought. Let me tell you something, right? ADOS was started by Yvette Carnell, and Yvette Carnell is
nobody,
but a nobody. But she was on Breaking Balance. She's one of those people that get a YouTube channel, and I don't know what about YouTube. People really think they're fucking mainstream. They really think they're celebrities, you know? Wow. And also, I'll be honest with you, bro. I was watching one of her shows one night, and somebody a couple of people sent in $500 super chats. I was like, God damn. So she was making a lot of money on YouTube and everything like that, and everything like that. And I noticed a common theme in all the stuff she was talking about, right? She was saying, like, when we had the BAIO, it was basically her Breaking Brown versus the BAIO, Black African Infrastructure Organization, right? And even though we was going through strikes at that time, right? And I had first gotten on Search for a Huru show. That was back in 2018. And the movie Black Panther came out, and she kept saying, we're Americans, we're Americans, we're Americans, right? Okay, we're Americans, right? And we're saying that we need to build relationships with Africa, invest, tourism. And the BAO said we should also build a nation state or territory on the African continent, which is doable, and build Africa for the future. There's nothing wrong with that. Same way the Jews put their money into Israel. And I'm going to talk about this in depth. So give me a few minutes. And so what we're saying is we're not saying that you should be against America. We know that the majority of Black people in America are going to be American. We understand that, and I will protect your right to love and be an American. And we have nice Black communities here. This is what Yvette Carnell fucked up. We have Black people were telling them, okay, Yvette, we have Black communities in America. We should buy more property, build like, oh no, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. Black people ain't got no money. Black people ain't got no money.
We need reparations. We need reparations.
Then people said, well, we need government. Well, we need engagement. So in other words, basically, what the problem with the ADOS move was, they want to be tethered to white America. They really want, they're hiding under Black consciousness, right? But they really hate the fact that they're Black, one, and they're tied to Africa, So these are the type of people that I know them, right? I know these type, right? They live in America their whole life and everything, and they really think they're white. But when you look at them, their hair and everything, they realize, okay, I'm not the smartest person in the room. There's Black people out there that's intelligent like me. There's Black people that got degrees like me. But they basically, if I start talking about that, if I say we're actually Americans, not Africans, we're not African, we're just Black people in America and everything like that, I'm going to get pushback. So what they do is they come around and they pretend like they're conscious, and they pretend like they're radical, right? And this is what happens all the time. Usually, and I'm not saying Yvette Carnell is one, it's done by the misfits in Black America, the LGBTQ types, the queer types, queer folks type, right? What they do is they co-opt the most radical elements of Black culture, right? And they run with it. So in your mind, you think these guys are the real deal. No, they're trying to push their agenda, which is usually something alongside race mixing, with white people, right? Integration, militant integrationism, and homosexuality. That's what they want. That's their utopian America, where they live next to white people. They basically have gay, queer friends and all this other stuff like this. And that's what they want. Now, there's a lot of Black people who like that, right? I have no problem with that. If that's what makes you happy, live. But our presence, right? Talking Black unity, Black only, Black first, Pan-Africanism, nation building, right? Building in Africa and stuff like that. Our sole presence is the reason why they react like this. Because what else is there? White people aren't denying them anything. White people are like, hey, there's no laws permitting you from moving around the neighborhood. So what's their argument? The argument is the fact that we still have a large numbers of Black people who have an affinity for their motherland, who want to visit there. Some people want to live there. Large numbers of people want to live there. And so therefore they're threatened by that. They think that if we have any sort of relationship outside of America, like Langston Hughes said, the shore-to-shore mentality. And my sister, for Black Righteous, when I applaud her on the work and everything, right? But when her and people like that me said, "Oh, we should focus on America," we're living in a global world, right? Black America is grown to the point where we're like a baby in a mother's womb. If we don't come out of America in a strong way, we will destroy America and destroy ourselves. We have to be born. We're a nation that's ready to be born. That's why I don't agree with the whole idea of just take on the African identity. No, African Americans, 400 years in the making, are a nation. Now, we should act like a nation, right? We're a nation without a government and a republic. I'll say that on African Millennial Show today. You say, why don't you Black people do it? There's no unified African American government here. There's no government. We don't have any policy and everything. We're African Americans are one of the strongest collectively strongest groups of people on the planet.
Well, people going to say Barack Obama is the leader. Is the highest position.
No. Barack Obama
in America.
Barack Obama had nothing to do with Black America. That was a mistake. Black America, if you look at our institutions, our culture, what we're able to influence everything, and what we're able to earn everything, $1.6 trillion a year net earnings power, right? That's 4 times the gross of Nigeria with only we only have a fourth of their population. So we're 4 times, our net is 4 times their gross of their gross national product. That's how strong Black America is. You know, we have the most doctors, we have the most intellectuals, we have the most authors, we have the most talent, everything. Not saying that we're better. It's just that we had a head start on a lot of brothers and sisters from Africa. You know, we were here. We were here in the Industrial Revolution. We contributed to science and everything in America. All right. So let's not put us in the same category as people in a developing country. We're not a developing people. We're already developed. We're people on the grid. We're people in the first world. Our culture is a first world culture. You know, we're not living hand to mouth and everything like that. We're not hunters and gatherers. You know, and we're not going to start all over again. You know, if we build in Africa, we're going to build something that suits our way of life and our standard of living. And so therefore, even that, right, frightens these people because they don't have any concept of Black people doing anything outside the prison of white people because they bought into white supremacy. That's why it was important for me to write this story about Liberia. Yeah, we did build a republic that caught up to the United States by the turn of the 20th century. Liberia had caught up with the rest of the world. This idea, if you would tell African American history, right, the Prince Hall Masons and everything, we produced architects, engineers, everything. Black community, we built our own communities in America, right? People don't realize that. We had like 500 Black towns in America by the 1920s. Most of them had been burned down by the Klan and everything like that. So therefore, this idea that Black America needs white people and everything is a lie. It's a farce. Like I said earlier, right? If you let leave us alone and everything, and we have jobs, everything, we could build communities and everything and keep those communities safe, we're fine. Whether, like I said, whether it's here, whether it's on the African continent, we will always be a people. But the ADOS FBA movement, right? They basically saying American descendants of slaves, the foundational Black America, right? And so this is what they did. I say, okay, and some people say, okay, you're a descendant of slaves, okay, we're still all Black people, right? But no, they drew a line in the sand. They said we're different, and they used the idea of us getting reparations as a means to divide us from other people. And people are like, yo, look, people said, you know, if you guys feel the United States government owes you reparations, fine. Yeah, but some Jamaicans and Barbados, all these Haitians might get some of the reparations. They're basically arguing over something that's never going to happen, and they don't have no means of it. So therefore, that's why I say all these people that are going around, I'm suspicious of part of deadly clown cultures is people that keep bringing up this reparations argument. You're a freaking deadly clown. You know that reparations is never going to happen. But basically, just like Joe Biden beguiled and conned the youth and with the student loan debt, right? Oh, we can't do that, right? The same thing's going to happen with their so-called reparations if they ever give it to you, which they never will. That's just a ploy to get you to the polls. You know, they're already planning out. How do we get Black people out to the polls? You know, we're going to need a massive Black turnout. They're going to keep telling you reparations and everything. They got Yvette Carnell, the Jason Blacks, and all these other people telling you about reparations, you know? And anybody else, even my brother Phil Scott, who I love, right? Anybody else that's freaking mouthing this stupid reparations talk right there is basically for the Democrats to basically woo Black people to the polls. Because what's happening right now is this, the free. Black people in America are losing interest in the political process, in the two-party system. They don't want us having a nation leaving, and they don't want us forming our own political party, which we could be the deciding vote in every election. Do you think they want that power? No, they want us weak. They want us on our knees. They want us sitting there crying and praying and begging them for mercy. So this is what's going on in America. No, the reparations argument is nothing but a political ploy. I can see right through this stuff. You can't fool me.
Yes, brother. It sounds like a deadly clown circus.
It is a deadly clown circus, right? And they got us acting like, well, look at Joe Biden at the what's the Martin Luther King church, Bethel Baptist Church, wherever, with Raphael Warnock and everything like that, you know, on Martin Luther King's birthday. He out there dancing, out there dancing with Raphael Warnock and all these fools at the church and whatnot, you know. Another deadly clown, Al Sharpton, you know. He's realizing now that he said, well, things are going bad, man. The black people might not turn out for Democrats anymore and whatnot, you know. So basically, what he's threatened the Democrats with, you better give me some more money. I could turn this shit around. Yo, black politics in America is street gut. It's always been like that. You know, it's always been like that. You have these political bosses in Chicago, right? The only thing they have is they can get black speak at churches and get black people to the polls. You know. Yeah. One point says spending power. That's spending power. That's not everything we earn and everything. That's basically that's not all what we have. That's what we earn, right, as money, right? But that doesn't include the fact that if black people are investing, you know, the property that we own, right, the houses that we own, and stuff like that. Trillions of dollars of equity in black home ownership in America. We have a lot of things going for us. They know black economic growth of system. Many of them moving out of America. Yeah. The bottom line, that's the key. We have to keep going strong in America, right? And then we go to Africa. It's a pipeline. It's a BAIO Global Pipeline. We build communities in Africa. With those communities, our insurance companies, our banks, our medical system, everything. Then we can transfer wealth out of America to Africa. That's the way to do it. That's what the BAIO proposed and everything. All these other people, these goofballs on the internet right now with their YouTube channel and whatnot, stop listening to these fools. If you want real leadership, you want to come around, you join the Black African Infrastructure Organization, right? You join us, download the app, and you connect with real Pan-African builders and nationalists. Just going to Africa, acting a fool, you know, is not what we're talking about. Just going to Africa, eating jollof rice is not what we're talking about. Just going to Africa, driving a fucking motorcycle and whatnot, and you know, and sitting down with a president, whatever, is not what we're talking about. Well, the reason why we're saying this is Black America. We have to do something. The investments and everything, the money has all this wealth that we're generating can't keep going back into that system. So we need a place. That's why we say Afrikstan is the most ideal thing. A territory that have its own financial infrastructure that we could permeate and disseminate through the rest of the continent. Doesn't that make sense? No, I can't give. As people say, the Ghanaian government wants to. No, I don't trust the Ghanaian government. I'm not going to trust them or the Nigerian government with our wealth. And that's what they're doing. They're using these so-called fake Pan-Africans come over here and browbeat us and just giving them all out everything, and we have nothing. We have no safeguards and no guarantees. That's not what we're talking about. When we talk about Afrikstan, we're going to have the infrastructure to protect ourselves, not only against white America, but against Africans too. 500 years of getting dominated by other people comes to an end now. And the bottom line is this. For now on, anybody who does not agree with that, I'm going to friggin' destroy you. I'm coming after you. I'm going to come in your chat room. I'm going to harass the hell out of you. But I'm not going to let our people waste another 200 years waiting on Africa to get its shit together. Now is the time. Now. These people now, they don't want to come and say, they need us. They need Black America. The Europeans ain't coming to Africa only to kill, steal, and destroy. We're coming over there, building, investing, spending money, everything. They need us. So now it's time for us to start acting like we have some freaking power and some say-so in this Pan-African world. And how do you get leadership? You come to me and Kala Genesis, Brother Bomani. Nobody else is doing this. Everybody else is bending over, on their knees, bowing, buck dancing, you know, acting a freaking fool and whatnot, and let these freaking people come on their platforms and disrespect us and everything, and they still want our money.
Yeah, serious, brother. Like that guy, Afro Dumbass.
Yo, Afro Dumbass. Oh, wow, man. This guy These
That's
guys
another character, man. That's
hate us, you know, but they can't realize, can't get up out of the fact that
he's the definition of a deadly clown.
he's a fucking deadly clown, you know. I took a dump the other day and looked around and saw what? That's it's our dumbass. Bottom line is this, man. We have freaking people that and I have to hate to say this, right? There's people that freaking envy us and they hate us. And a lot of times, Black America don't even know why. You know, at 500 years, right, of degradation, the African hasn't figured out that there's a global system oppressing him. That's the saddest part about all this. We see it. We see it. We know that there's no African products or anything on our shelves in America. There's nothing that Africa has that ends up on our shelves that we use for day-to-day use. I give Rwanda credit. Rwanda's getting its coffee and its tea in the American market. So we give Rwanda credit. But for the most part, 200 million people in the diaspora, and there's no global supply chain or anything like that of goods and products and everything going back and forth. I give our sisters with the Shea Brothers sisters that importing shea butter. People may make fun of that and whatnot like that, but I give you credit. You go into Africa, you make it a product, and you bring it back to America. So you sisters with the Shea Brothers, you keep doing what you're doing. Don't listen to these dusty ass deadly clowns clown you about what you're doing. And the bottom line is this: a lot of our brothers and sisters in Africa, they don't understand this. They don't understand this. And like I said, I'm like this. I'm gonna do what they don't do to us. I'm gonna give my brothers and sisters in Africa the benefit of the doubt, which a lot of them don't give us. They'll say, "Well, Black people, I was in America, we'd be so far." Do you really think you would be as far as we have? Do you understand that we're still dealing with a white racist system in this country? Black people can't just this. We still got sundown towns in this country, for God's sake. There was an Indian guy in, I think it was Texas, or I can't remember what it was, right? A dark-skinned Indian guy, right? He thought somebody was breaking into his house, right? And so he went outside with an AK-47, and the cops showed up, and he said, "Look, okay, I got it under control." The cops saw him. All they saw was a black, and they basically said, "Yeah, we thought you were black. We thought you was a black guy with a gun." They executed him in his own yard. This guy was a professor. This is what we're dealing with in America to this day, 2023. We still got the glass ceiling. I look at my own business, right? I have a great insurance agent. I thank God for what he blessed us. But I know for a fact, right? If me and my brothers and sisters were white and we had the agency like that, we'd be 100 times the size of what we are right now. There's no doubt in my mind. We have other agencies when I don't do the work we have, don't have the work ethic, don't have anything like that, don't have the compliance regular down, and they're way bigger than we are because they're white and they can swing in certain circles. They don't have to jump through the hurdles and everything like that. They can go to lunch with certain people and get things done. But we always got to be the exceptional, magical nigga. Oh, y'all just so great. I love your family. Go so good. Yeah. But our agency, I'm grateful for what we have. I'm grateful how we have. I thank God. I don't want to seem like I'm shitting on my blessings and everything because we got it. But I know if God is fair, why don't we have what the white agencies have? You know? Yeah. 500 years from now is projected. But if we don't get Africa under control, you know, if we don't basically build Africa the way it is, we don't build African infrastructure, it's not going to happen. You know, we have to build African global infrastructure to protect Africa. Well, that's not going to happen. 500 years from now, we'll still be sitting here in America. Some people think Afro dumbass, please. No, that's he says Pan-African. He said he don't want African participation. African migrants who live in the U.S. and welcome in the efforts. In other words, basically, people have a problem with African Americans. That's what it is. People basically have a problem with African Americans because, well, you know, I don't know what it is. We're just dominant and everything, and people don't really They try to like de-Africanize us and de-Africanize our culture and everything. And it's just sad, you know. And he's not a pan-Arab; he's a pan-tribalist, you know. He's somebody that basically believes that Africa means that you were born on a continent. So in other words, basically, you know, if you weren't born on a continent, you're not an African, you know. And also, what he doesn't understand, the term African came from African Americans. People don't realize that. The concept of being African, black, the black identity comes from being black, the black African identity. Okay, that didn't exist in Africa prior to the transatlantic slave trade. When Africans were brought on the slave ships, they were different tribes and language and everything, but they pulled off slave rebellions on ships by they unified. They realized when they got on that ship, whatever they didn't know in the world, right, was what was apparent. They said this white man is our enemy all along. We were fighting each other from here and there, but the whole time it wasn't until they got on the ship they said, "Wait a minute, it was a white man who was fighting us." He said, "Yeah, we're both on the ship. We're fighting each other and everything. We're going to war with each other, you know." And next thing you know, we're both on the ship as a captive. The white man don't see us any different once he gets us on that ship and he puts that mark on our body and whatnot. We're his property. So when we came to the new world, right, and see this white world, the white man's world of misery and suffering and everything, the black people unified based on our blackness. And our culture, everything we had known in Africa, we retained a lot of our culture in Africa, but it wasn't really necessary. It wasn't key to survival. Key to survival was relying on people who look like you. So therefore, the idea of racial identity came from the experience of our ancestors in the Caribbean, our ancestors in America, our ancestors in South America. You know, and then in some cases, even in South Africa, where black people, black tribes began to see Europeans as the enemy. And so they began thing, but it was too late by that time. So after dumbass, I don't know what he wants to do, because he's like, oh, migrants in America. You got migrants in America just living poor. And then what they want to do is, a lot of migrants in America, right? They're living hand to mouth. They're living in poverty in America. They're not really doing well. They'll showcase a couple of them going to college and everything like that. They don't guarantee you're going to live a good life. It takes generations to really build something in America. It doesn't work like that. And so what they do is they over-exaggerate their success in America and stuff like that, right? To the point where when you see people doing business and everything, oh, that's a new African immigrant and everything, you know? No, it's African American. This is African American person. Oh, you're African American? Yes, I'm African American. You know? Every time I meet business people, I do business people. I deal with business people every day, and it's mostly African American. You know, you might have some Caribbeans here and there and everything, you know, but you just, you know, it's mostly us. You know, so this idea that, you know, there's this Africans coming over here outpaced, that's not true. It's not true. You know, and so therefore, being dismissive of Black America, of what we have, because we have never learned to appreciate anything in America. We're taught, because the social, and this is what I'm going to talk about too. Black America, the Black activist movement, right, have always been infiltrated by people who have ulterior motives. And they reveal themselves. They almost, just like the BLM. You really think that was about Black men getting killed? No, that was about the lesbian marks and everything. They don't even bother even trying to hide it. Back in the days, right, back in the 70s and everything, there was Black people making great strides in America, right? Go into the corporate world. Black middle America was exploding and everything like that. You know how cheap it was? You know, most Black men could have one job and the wife could stay at home. That's my parents, you know? And that was much of Black America. The middle class had arrived. Black middle class had arrived. We were buying homes, everything. Look on YouTube. There's so many documentations of this, right? But still, right? if you believe, if you got white Marxists who want a revolution, and let me tell you why the white Marxists came along. The white Marxists, right, believe that the system is unfair and everything. These are the white people that never got a chance to share in the power of the white people. They see other white people with power, privilege, and everything like that. They want some of it. Just like everything you see now, folks, is about power. They don't. They're not trying to improve your life. They're not trying to get you to where you got to go. It's about them having power. If you elect them, appoint them, or let them speak for you, they gain power. That's all your freaking gurus, all your freaking YouTube doppelgangers and deadly clowns, everything you do. It's all about power. The white Marxists back in the days were like the Weather Underground and everything, went to Fred Hampton, and Fred Hampton said no. But guess what? They all lived. The police killed Fred Hampton. He said, look, if you guys start throwing bombs and everything, they're going to come here and destroy our community. No, we can't do that. Fred Hampton was smart. He said, we want to improve the lives of our people and everything. And the mistake he made was, he said he got with the socialists and everything, just like that dude, what's his name? Forgot his name, down in Florida, with the black, somebody post that there. I forgot his name, whatever, Euclid, whatever his name is. They began taking their message, right? Because before we were saying black power, right? And then they started changing to power to the people. So black people were saying, we want the legitimate power that is ours. If we live in a community, we want to control that community. We want stores in that community that look like us. We want police that look like us. We want people that teach our kids to look like us. That's legitimate power. But the people that want to use us to get their power, right, didn't want that. They were telling us, oh, no, man, we got to have this Marxist revolution. We got to overthrow capitalism and all stuff like this. So us getting jobs and stuff like that was not part of their plan. That's why they largely ignored it. They largely ignored the black success in America. Well, we're producing people. This is what black was like, well, we're getting what we want and everything. They started calling them, yo, y'all bougie and everything. And the people, the black people that were doing that, right, were being paid by these Marxists. They were getting paid to go out there and tell black people, no, don't form unions, don't like this. It's time to just burn the shit down. Let's like this. And then later on, let's be honest with ourselves, right? A lot of these people got hooked up with, there's a criminal element that came into our community. They came in, they talking all the black power stuff like that, but they weren't interested in empowering us. They were interested in lining their pockets. So they start pulling up bank robberies. Many of them were involved in the heroin trade. They infiltrated the Nation of Islam. Okay? The Black Mafia family were Nation of Islam members, right? They weren't real Nation of Islam, but they came in there. That's why they killed Malcolm X. Malcolm X was going to expose all this stuff. That's why they murdered him. He knew there were people hiding in the Nation of Islam, right? Doing heroin, involved in prostitution, involved in street stuff. That's a good cover. So people have always been infiltrating our churches. We have the homosexual movement, infiltrated the black church, them that destroyed it. So now we have race traders and black haters infiltrating the Pan-African movement. And they seem convincing. But there's nothing they say about their people. They don't know nothing about their culture. They don't know nothing about the history. They don't respect their people. They don't respect the history and the struggle that people going through and went through. And they reveal themselves. We've always had these infiltrators in our community and whatnot that come in and just basically, and you say, well, geez, we talk about the same thing, but then every once in a while they'll say something to reveal themselves. So that's what we're talking about today. Any more comments, brother Bomani?
Yes, I got one right here for you.
Just better get a degree, investing money in business. Look, I'll be honest with you right here. As somebody who's had many businesses before, right? If you're smart enough to go to college and get that degree and get out, get that degree. Get that degree. Because the bottom line, until we have an infrastructure that you could plug into, everything, and when we talk about business, what are you talking about? What type of business? Are you going to be the best type of business, right, that you're secure? Is where you're doing business to business. Let's say Bomani has an IT company, right? His business services other businesses. Okay? If you're on a supply chain, right, and you are a supplier, right, and you got a contract, a Navy contract, right, and you're buying different stuff like that, and the Navy, you're supplying the Navy with tools and stuff like that. The Navy buys. Let me give you an example. If you own an auto parts business, right, and you get on the Navy contracting list, right, the Navy comes by and says, okay, we need this part because we got a whole bunch of stuff there, and you supply them. Those are the type of businesses we need. We need businesses that are contracted suppliers on the supply chain level. But too many of our people don't get into that business. We want to get into mom and pop or clothing and stuff like that, So if you're talking about that, if you have the opportunity to invest in that sort of business, right? Where you got like a 20-year contract to supply the Navy with parts and stuff like that and support the public, yeah, then you can go into a business. But if you don't have those guarantees of a long-term customer or buyer and everything, if you're not a manufacturer or something like that, if you're not manufacturing or you're warehousing and part of the supply chain, don't go into business. Yeah, just get your college degree. And over the years, you might come across the right business to go into. That's just my thing. If somebody who owns a business, right, I honestly wouldn't recommend that to my worst enemies. Running a business is not all day. You may take 3-4 years, and you may take a loss for 3 or 4 years before you start seeing anything like that. Then later on, maybe 10 years, you'll start seeing money and profit. In that meantime, you have to be making money to sustain yourself. And a lot of people don't think about that.
Yes, Kala, great point on that. And
so you want to talk about the community now? Put some flyers up.
Yeah, what I was going to talk about is a website and consultation, and also just giving people proper guidance for those who want to travel, live and do business and invest in Africa. As someone who have walked that walk and have survived it. And as you just mentioned earlier about the last comment, let me put it back up. All right. And it's a situation where it doesn't have to be one or the other. But what you always want to let people understand, and that's the reality of the situation. You're building your business, you're building something long term. Like, you talk about your agency and the work you put in, and just like we talk about technical and business operation here. It's a long-term vision, and it's perfect because we can connect our family, our friends, and create opportunities for other Black folks or Black people in general. But as far as education, it's one of those things where that's what's going to get you to that next level. So while you're I look at it like this: while you're working your plantation job, you're making that money, and you're going to school, higher level of education, whether it's university or whether it's technical school. And then while you're learning your craft, you're learning your trade, you're building your small business organically. And this is just how I'm sharing it with people, so we could we can just grow together, and, at the same path where you're not just doing one or the other. You just you're doing all these things because when the time go along and you have your business built, you want to be a well-educated person, and you also want to be a well-experienced person. It goes hand in hand to where you can effectively just operate business versus having to depend on so much other elements. Because at the end of the day, when you're running business, you're gonna have to just be the boss of operation to where you have a whole bunch of people, whether it's your partners or people you're doing business with, and you're gonna have to just be able to make intelligent, wise decision. And the more you engage yourself into this experience and higher level of education, the more you can command that operation. I mean, it's kind of like when I'm always telling people, just being out there at sea as a Navy sailor, and in my young years, from boot camp to working at the air base to being out there in the middle of the action. Well, it was no action; it was all peacetime. But I tell people like, "What y'all guys do out there?" I was like, "We're getting ready for war. That's what we do out here. We get ready. It's Navy is based on readiness. You know what I mean? It's like when you get that call, all hands on deck. Every man got to follow the orders and follow
I
command.
seen that, bro. I seen that, bro. That's the
Yes,
most amazing thing you ever want to see in your life, bro. I was driving cab at that time, man. I remember it was like 2000. What year was that? 2004. I was driving cab at that time, man. And all of a sudden, I think the Truman was going out, right? There was cabs coming in from all over the place, lined up one night. You know what I'm saying? And you see people coming out of apartment complexes with big bags on their thing, whatever like that. And next thing you know, bro, by the time we got to the gate, cabs, cars lined up and whatnot. By the time they got we bumped to the ship, man, it was just so orderly. They're all in line like that. That was just like so. I was like, man, this is just
brother. It's organization to the highest level.
That's organization, man.
I worked for the airlines, well-organized operation. I've joined different Black organization, not bad, but there's nothing this that you compare to the level of this military organization preparation, like a U.S. Navy and things like that. So when you're telling people that you've seen it, you lived it, you're there, you've seen how you can have organized operation work. But the issue that we have a lot of times is our folks do not respect leadership and respect organization. And you and I got plenty of tales and stories to tell. Because I always tell people that if you were someone else, people wouldn't do what they do to you. But it's like that's the level of ignorance and hatred that we have for each other, to where we respect Black authority organization.
We don't like Black authority. We don't like people say, so I want to get the Pan-African movement, right? But I'm just gonna go out there and do it. I won't come into get with guys that basically seem like they know what they're talking about or know what they're talking about. I'm just gonna go out there and do it on my own. That's what we have right now. Everybody with a freaking YouTube channel running their mouth, flapping off, giving people bad advice and stuff like that. And that's what we're looking at as a whole so-called Pan-African movement. Because people, like I said, I put down the create a social network, right? I said like this: we're all different groups, all different organizations, and everything. There's no like one like that, but we need to be working with each other, right? We need to be coordinating with each other, and that's what people need to see. And I believe in this idea of secret societies. It should be a society. Societies have rules. They have, okay, that's wrong, that's right. That's a society. You can't just be off on your own, right? And basically talk about, oh man, you have no socialization with Black people in this country, right? And you just off to Africa. And people in Africa is like that. Okay, where's your family? Where you like that? Oh, I can't. So you're gonna tell Africans you don't have no family, no culture, everything because Black America is just so fucked up and whatnot, And when they find out the truth that that Black America's not fucked up, you fucked up. They're like, damn, man, you told me all this. I came to America, man. I met plenty of people and everything like that. I got together and everything like that. What was your problem? You got African Americans going to Africa like they got no friends, no nothing, just loners, incels and loners going over there talking about how bad Black America or America is. No, you didn't make it in America. You didn't form that business, right? You didn't get to go to school. You didn't work hard. You couldn't listen to your boss. You didn't listen to your baby mama. You didn't listen to anybody in your life, whatnot. But you want to basically come into it and become a Pan-Africanist and everything, and people are supposed to listen to you.
Exactly, brother, and that's what we're here to do. We're here to just give people proper directions and guidance, and that's what I'm gonna share with you and share with just everyone in general. This is how we make moves. If you're looking to just connect with us on the African continent, there's ways we can just make it work for you. Excuse me. And the ways we're gonna make those things work is you can just connect with us. Right here on our site, we have a whole lot of different services. Our business and enterprise is called Africa for the Africans for a reason. We're giving you that ultimate reconnection, and it's not just talking about Africa and taking you to Africa and just showing you this, showing you this one aspect of Africa. We had to show you this the whole world and the whole strong energy of this, how we can literally just make moves in Africa and be successful. So one of the things I'm always telling people, if they need real consultation, they can just reach out to me. And the way you connect with me, with all the things that we do, is to visit our website, africafortheafricans.org. And while you're on the website, you literally just have a whole lot of this wonderful energy. First, we have a nice slideshow. It's a whole lot of pictures just over so many years from 2006 to 2022, showcasing all of our wonderful journeys across all the different African countries that we have traveled to, all 10 countries. And it also includes countries like even Brazil, when we just showing that reconnection energy, showing what happened to African ancestors once they were stolen, and one of the nations that they were taken to where you see this our labor as this, our slave labor have literally just built empires and enterprises. So we just we take you on a journey and reconnect you with those things, but also connect you with the world of this business and investment, and always pushing for us to do Black corporate economics and learn to be in different countries where we're working together with our own people. So from the slideshow to the audio player, which has a whole lot of this roots and culture music, strong positive energy music just to get you, your energy going. And we talk about repatriation. We talk about a movement of reconnected to the African continent. And when you look at the pictures, you see us in Africa. You see groups of us. You see us moving around. Us just in different places. Us connecting with our people from all over, to where we're showing you that we're having a wonderful energy. You're having a great time, but also you're just opening up things to where people, whatever lies you're ever told about the African continent, people like myself have brought it to you real from 2004. This traveling to the African continent and showcasing, hey, this is us in Africa, enjoying ourselves, having a great time. No one is harming us. No one is bothering us. We're making the moves that we need to make. And I'm telling people, once we decide to just take our destiny in our hands, we can make many moves. I've never even thought that this will be, this is literally this 19 years straight traveling to Africa. And I'm a rich, no, but is that what it's about? Riches? But we have built something that can stand the test of time, and something that can create an incredible future of opportunities for our people. Because we're talking about Africa for the Africans. So the biggest thing that we support is Black-owned business from America to the African continent. And I'm always telling people, if you're going to come out here and say anything and run your mouth, let me know if you're out there investing and supporting Black-owned business. Because if you're not, then you don't have a right to to an opinion. And some people may say that's harsh, but I'm saying that's real, because that means you're not a part of the solution. The solution is supporting and working with Black-owned business. And if you're not doing that, then you're not contributing to a solution. So appreciate everyone that have traveled with us to all these wonderful African countries, and appreciate all our brothers and sisters that are members in our Black Star Pan-African community. And our website showcase our Black Star Pan-African community energy. You can just click on the star right there on the main menu, and it will open up to a world of information. And family, for those who know me, I'm all about details. If we're going to do business, if we're going to connect, we have details, information, presentation available for you to read through and be clear on. Once you're on the site itself, this is the direct presentation. And it also have aspects of pictures, videos on the social world. Once you scroll down, or even if you just go down some more on the main page or look to the main menu, you'll see links there. And that's what we provide. We provide information for you to process. That way you're clear about what you're doing. One thing I specialize in is writing detailed itineraries, 9-10 days itinerary. And I'm telling you, when I write these itineraries and we actually go to the country, we execute these itineraries. It's about order, like I was explaining earlier, just being a sailor, or just, even if you're in this whatever professional organization in general, maybe you're a group of engineers or scientists, what I mean? And you live that world of, of excellence and professionalism. And that's what we're looking to bring to the African continent. We're looking to bring our best game. And you're going to need to be on more than your best game. You need to do it in a way where we're connecting and we're looking out for each other, where we have the best of the people where we're going and working with us. Because while we're working together, we always have people working against us. It's just a natural form of this, good and bad, or yin and yang, or whatever people may say. It's just, those of us that believe in what we believe in, we have to stand forward to restore the balance. So while you're strolling down on our website, family, africafortheafricans.org, you have a whole list of wonderful countries that we are taking you on a journey of a lifetime to. Look at the main menu. You'll see Liberia, March 2024, South Africa, December 2023, Tanzania, November 2023, Ghana, May 2023, Rwanda, July 2023, Senegal and the Gambia, April 2023. So we have all of these wonderful different countries that we have on the schedule to reconnect you to the African continent and also connect you with the people that we have in these different countries and put more energy to where we're building an international diplomatic connection. I mean, and going even beyond that, where we talk about building a global Black business pipeline. Because really and truly, if we have more of us out in the African continent and more of us here in America building real serious business, you're going beyond this import export. You're just building a pipeline of connection, and so we're fueling our own operation or reinvesting in our own operation. No different from any other serious group of people out there. So what you see right up top before you see the tour, you see Africa repatriation consultation and relocation support. So that's my link right there. I just give you a nice little overview. I'm going to open it up. And that way, you can see what we're talking about. But this is something when you're serious as a person, you can just reach out to me directly. My number is right there at the bottom with email address and website. You can just reach out to me, and I'm one of the people who believe you just send a message, you introduce yourself, and we just go from there. So I'm always telling anyone, if you're interested in connecting with me, just send me a message. Introduce yourself with your name. A lot of times people send you a message and they don't, they just send you a message randomly. I'm like, how can you communicate with someone and I don't even know who you are? So just introduce yourself. Greetings, Bomani. I'm this person, and I'm interested in your program, your tours or investment. This is my email address and phone number. Let me know when you get a minute so we can talk. Something simple like that, and I reply back, and then that's what I spend my time in the day doing, reaching out to serious people like that in the world of Africa tours and investment. So that's why we're always here working the late night shift when we're doing these live streams, because we're working. This is a serious movement. This is not something that we're playing around with, or something that we're on here on YouTube just to get super chats or just to just push out egos. It's really just trying to give our people a strong direction of support for an incredible movement of repatriation, because it breaks your heart when you see people come back homeless, when you see people come back, lose everything that they've worked hard for. But even very successful people who have done well for themselves in America go to Africa and they run into certain things. So it's more than just being successful or coming with a whole lot of money. You have to understand the street game. You have to understand the psychological game, the cultural game. You have to understand how things really work in the country. And you have to have some of your best people with you in that country to work together effectively with you. So that's what we have done over the period of time, especially in countries like Ghana. We've built an energy to where we can actually realistically help you. From me professionally, just taking groups of people from America to Africa, we already can get you to the country already and get you make sure everything is clear, because we specialize in tour preparation. Make sure that you're ready to go through every aspect of everything with you, from passport to visa to what you need to pack to bring, connecting to the airport, getting to the country, meeting with our people, making your way around the country. And when you're ready to live and do business, we have our Black Star Pan-African community where you can get a plot of land, whether it's on the 15 acres or the 60 acres, and you can just be a part of a future where you have your land you're building your home with, and then we can get you a temporary house or rental for a year or so, or however long you need it, and then you're settled right there. And when you're settled there, you're building your home little by little. And these are things that I'm not just telling people about. These are things that we have helped people with throughout the period of time over the last 15 years. And now we're more in control of our own project because we have that incredible community. And now we just need to get additional support and additional energy going so we can build it out completely. But we have gotten majority of the preliminaries and all of the things that's so hard to get done and get rolling. So when we're talking about relocation and repatriation and this consultation and getting you settled in the African continent, it's a serious conversation. So I'm always connecting with people and working on those things throughout the week. So no matter how much you think I may be busy or so, I tell people, as long as you're calling me and reaching out to me about the business that we're doing, it's absolutely fine. If you're calling me about something else, you know, about the NFL playoffs or something else, I mean, you may get it. We're not going to be on the phone too long. I mean, this line is serious. It's about business, it's about nation building, Pan Africanism. I mean, I can sit with you, brother Kala, and have a drink, and we can talk about the NFL playoffs, or we can talk about the World Cup and the championship games, and that's all fun and games, and it's all cool every once in a while. But day-to-day operation, we got to be serious about our business. So I'm telling people, reach out to me, and I'll help you with these things. Everything that we do is a cost of business when you're on a tour with us or whether it's consultation. But reaching out to me to have a conversation and talking with your brother, it costs nothing. We can talk. We're not here to force people to pay for tours, pay for land, pay for services. But if you're interested in the world that we're in, we at least need to have an initial conversation, and that doesn't cost anything. So reach out, family. So I'm going to click on our link, Africa Repatriation and Consultation and Relocation Support. And before I do that, family, and let me just meet you real quick, Kala, and I'll be finished in a minute.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sometimes if we're not actively talking, it would just have those things in the background. So it's a long main menu, but that link is going to take you there. But let me scroll down and I'll show everybody what we have on our site at africafortheafricans.org. So you see all of these links right here, even have a link for a nice little introduction to safaris that we're offering with our partners in Tanzania. So there's no limitation to the things that we can do and organize. And everything that we're doing, again, family, it's 100% based on experience and knowledge, wisdom, understanding, energy, and all those things of this in this business. So earlier we was talking about going to university and building your business. Do those things all together organically, and let's put the time into it, because we do need to get more of our people into enterprise, and so we can just support the rest of us in business. Because when we do our Africa tours and we're going to countries like Ghana, you're literally putting black dollars in black hands, which is what we're always pushing, and that creates opportunities for others, even in our community, Black Star Pan African community. The kind of business in the town that we have created, from you can think about this: the homes going up, having your business office, being a part of different programs and bringing people through. You're changing the dynamics of things. So I'm telling people we could have a powerful impact on the African continent, but just coming there and thinking you and your wife or you and your best friend, if you get that, you're just going to be able to do what you think you're going to do. It's not that simple. You got to get with a strong winning team of people. Just like I tell people, you want to make some moves in Liberia, connect with Kala. You want to make some moves with me, or make some move in Ghana, connect with me. We're the people that have these connections in this country, and we're the people that understand what certain things that goes on that can guide you and provide proper consultation. And scrolling down, site that's usually just have some basic text here of updates of information in general from special packers, and people know that we can just organize. That's what we do. We specialize in this naval type organization where you just literally put things together and you put the best energy out to just be successful, and everything is done in this order and professionalism. So those are things that we can handle. We have a link down here, and that's usually for our conference calls. We have our conference calls it's, once a month, and we'll always talk about our upcoming tours to Rwanda, Liberia, South Africa, Tanzania, Senegal, Gambia, Ghana, and more. So all those links, details are there. As I mentioned to you, family, website, all of the information we have is just detailed. You just have to just be able to just go through it. And scrolling down some more, there's a few links. I got these incredible newsletters and tour books that we have. Do believe in creating nice digital materials. And these are the social links right here. All the videos, photos, and then these are all of our groups. Since people want to see things online, you can just click on links, and it's just a whole world of information all there for you. before you finalize any deal. And that's one thing I'm always saying to people, people or just family in general. If someone is not willing to give you certain information, don't trust what they're doing. Let them lay it out on the table, And so this website represents, we've laid our cards out on the table as far as the operation that we're pushing and showing you full documentation. Like these photos shows you literally over 30 journeys of a lifetime across over 8 different countries. And this is from 2006 to 2022. And these are our last 2 journeys right here. And you can just scroll down and you see more and more. This is Ghana, December 2022 and November 2022. Nice size group of brothers and sisters. And as you can see, family, it's all us. And we just keep on coming up with all these different colors of Africa for the Africans t-shirt. And it's a world where we're just showing you all these colors and all this energy of us as a people. And, we're just keeping it going. And scroll down, it's just years after years, and you'll see this us on the African continent in different countries. And that's what I'm telling people, the people who you're dealing with, make sure that they're serious about what you're looking to do, because then you invest your life into them, and next thing you know, you're coming back from the African continent, wonder why your plan failed. So right over here on the left side, you see the Black African Infrastructure Organization social network. So you can just click on it from the website right there. Then also you see the Africa Repatriation Consultation and Relocation Support. So that's another separate link also that takes you to the same place. And this was based on one of our citizenship conference we do. We also just organize these professional business conferences in countries like Ghana, because the goal is to put Black people together, to enterprise, to network together, to look out for each other and work together. And that's what we're looking to do. We're forging a connection from the African continent to the African diaspora, and from the African diaspora to the African continent. So over the last few years, you have seen a lot of this: Ghana and Tanzania, East and West Africa, Senegal and the Gambia, South Africa. You scroll down and you just see groups and groups of us. And you can scroll all the way down, family, and you'll get all the way down to 2006. Let me come up here and we're going to click on, this is it right here. All right, give me a minute. Let me see what happened to this thing over here. All right. All right, so I got a little technical issues that I'll have to get back to and fixing. All right, so I have an issue loading the site real quick, so I'm just gonna load it back up in a second once we continue to talk. But family, in general, as far as what I mentioned, as far as about relocation support, that's our number right there. Phone number, email address, and website below. And I can go to a whole lot of information with you for clarity. So definitely want people to think about these things over the period of time. There we go. Over the period of time, because the problem is literally we're showing up to the African continent, literally, family, unprepared and not ready for battle. You know what I mean? And and I'm telling you, family, that's what it's about. It's about since we're not in since we're not in the military, it's about civilian preparation readiness. Putting your best foot forward to really be successful, right, brother Kala? You don't want to set them off for failure, right? You don't want somebody to say that, hey, you set me up for failure.
Yeah. They will come after you right this. Man, I lost my wife, I lost my house. Listen to you. Y'all Black people are, I listen to you. You know what I'm saying? Like that. So that's what I tell people all the time. I tell people, look, let me tell you something. And I want you to play that video about the lady with the thing, because people text me, they want to hear that. Want to hear me what I got to say about that girl, street vendor. And I'm going to be nice about it, but I'm going to just talk about that. But that's a video I sent you on WhatsApp. Anyway, I get a lot of bad stories from Liberia all the time. It's disheartening, you know. It goes with the territory. You know, oh yeah, well, this damn. You know, I get up, but I know I believe in this. I believe if we do this, we can make it still work, right? We can make it work. But I get a lot of stuff, oh yeah, you know, this, that, and the other thing. That, and also, if anybody asks me, right, and I had a couple of guys tell me, yo, man, I want to do my trucking business. No. I love Liberia, but if you want to do that, man, go to South Africa. You know, they got a well-developed infrastructure. They got truckings that go from Durban all the way up to Zambia. You know, you're more likely to be successful down there. Well, West Africa, I said West Africa don't have the highway system there yet. You know, and so I'm that's full disclosure. I'm not gonna sell to people in a country, right? It's like this. I said I'm in Liberia because of the historical, right? And there's a lot of opportunity there. But you know, the reason why I pick Liberia is because I have a historical connection with the country. I love the history of the like that. That might not be the next person's thing. So I'm not gonna tell somebody that want to go to some part of Africa where he could probably do better in to come to Liberia just to make my ego look good. You know, I'm gonna say, hey, look, you know, Liberia might not be for you. You know, it might not be the country for you. You might go have better luck in Ghana. You know, you might be better in Angola. You might be better in Kenya. You might be better in Rwanda or South Africa or Tanzania. You know, so that's what we mean by full disclosure. You know, this what can happen to you over here. You know, this what happens, whatever like that. You know, so you give people, you don't paint this rosy picture of anything. You say, look, we know sometimes the power goes out, right? You know, people complain about. I didn't know Tanzania had power problems. You know, they said people said, yeah, when I was on power for 12 hours when I was wearing on you. You know, after a while, you know. Now in Africa, they basically could deal with that, right? And what happens is you begin to resent the people. Like, man, how y'all deal with this 12 hours? They said they said they got it fixed. The next thing the power goes out again. You know, and you're going around like this, you know. But in Africa, you understand that's something you just have to deal with, you know. When I was in Liberia, right, we lost power for a day, 2 days, you know, and I was like, I still loved it, you know, and I said, okay, I still love the country, but you know, this the main thing is infrastructure. We talk about infrastructure. We're talking about how do we basically are able to contribute monetarily, skills, and everything to building African infrastructure so we can live that nice life on the continent. We should not have to settling for mediocrity and stuff, you know. And we have to understand that, you know, in a lot of these countries, the governments and everything, they do the best they can, but they really don't give a fuck, you know. They're like, yo, look, what were you doing before we got electricity? We were doing this. Well, go back to that, you know. That's what you're dealing with, you know. And those of us in the West, you know, all we know is the modern way of life and everything. We're trying to build that in Africa, you know, and so therefore, how do you do that? You consolidate. If we're all in one area and we're building communities, everything, we can solve problems together. But if you're going to be over here, you're going to be over here and everything like that, right? Don't complain. When we got our electricity on, we're not going through that, right? And you are, because you chose to live in another area. You chose to do your own thing. You know, we'll talk about. And so you got the video, and shout out to Lucy. Lucy's in the chat room. Got Mufasa in the chat room, you know. All my peoples, my BAIO peoples, you know, always start showing up for me, you know. I understand, folks, this is late. People will tell me, why you guys do late? This is what we have to do. You know, it's only 2 nights a week. Now, I can see Tuesday because if you got to get up and go to work, right? But don't tell me this is too late. And the next thing you know, I see you on social media all day in everybody's chat room. What the hell are you doing? They'll say, what do you got to go to bed for? To get up and be on YouTube all day? You know? So you got the time, you know, you got the time to come here and sit with Brother Bomani and myself and listen. You know, listen. And then like, share, and subscribe, right? And send the video around. Let's make this party happen. You know, let's do this. Because, like I said, this is like the only place where you're gonna get real Pan African. It's like I like Africa Millennial Show. I'll be out there. I like Kazori, Dr. K show. Not him particularly. I like he's all right and everything, but he has a lot of interesting guests that knows their stuff. I was on African Millennials show today. And we're and I'm able to get some people that's listening to what we have to say and stuff like that, and more people are coming to our side. They're starting to understand. Yeah, there's a lot of tomfoolery going on in the Pan African world. We're not the only ones saying this. And also I want to talk about before you play Afridamus, talking about he did a show talking about hood rats culture coming to Gambia. It's about UK hood rats, but he put UK and US because he didn't want to just say US because he knows it'll be called anti-Black America. But he's basically calling Black people in America women hood rats and everything. And I did not like that. You do not talk about my sisters like that. Remind you muted. You muted.
Do we have hood rats and people like that around? Absolutely, but I don't necessarily feel like they're the ones coming to Africa. Definitely not coming to Africa. I mean, some of them do make their way through, but people like Afro dumbass. I mean, that's best way I can call them.
So
literally, I mean.
So basically, he talked about what's that? Juliet. He's about Juliet's divorce and drama and stuff like that. If people weren't on YouTube telling all the business, you wouldn't even know what's going on.
Absolutely. It's the same. It's the same world and life everybody else live. You have your issues. The only problem is that your issues are drawn out online. Like you're some kind of celebrity or something like that. So that's the problem. But everyone else is going through these things. But Afro dumbass, he's just literally trying to come up in this game, and that's what I've honestly seen, brother, since my time around over the almost 20 years. I've just seen people literally just fake it, and trying to make it. And what happens is, they can't keep up with the test of time because you can only lie and fake it so much. You know what I mean? You're not going to be able to stand the test of time by this, by portraying to be somebody that you're not. And, because, especially if you're showing people what you're about, so, it's and he's just one of many of them, and they find different reasons and different ways to just try to just put themselves out there to make it seem like they're relevant and important. But then when you ask these people, what are you building? What are you doing for our people? I'm a YouTube host. I tell people what to do. You know what I mean? I'm like, you're nobody. You're just a troll on the internet thinking that YouTube is gonna pay you some money for that with your small audience and views. And it's like, and as a matter of fact, let me even get to a comment to be real. Our brother's asking us about manufacturing business and research. Now, that's what we should be doing. We should be working on productive things that we're going to educate ourselves. Everybody thinking that they're going to be the next Woody Meyer. You know what I mean? Much love to Woody Meyer. You're one of the few people that does certain things on YouTube and and have gotten you in a direction. But you're one of millions of people.
We can't all
people that we're not gonna all be that way. It's just like you tell them your best students who think they're gonna be all athletes. Not all of us are gonna make. Not all of you are gonna make it to the NFL and the NBA. It's a real situation. But what you have to focus on is your level of education, your level of building your skill base, and your level of this. Like I tell people, this is our world that we live here, a world of technical and business administration, and that world fuels all of our projects and all of the things that we do to get things done. So now your education is not just an education. Your education is something that's providing you a lifestyle. It's also providing you a situation where you're creating opportunities for your own people, where you're actually building something together to where you can actually fix things. You can support people. You can help people. You're not just somebody that has a whole bunch of skills and claims to be educated and it's not being put to use. It's like you have some of us here, we're here, we have all these great, wonderful skills. Like I asked you about that organization of engineers, not saying that it's their responsibility to build, the Black African infrastructure, but they can be a part of that vision. So I'm telling people, like, literally, instead of you thinking that you're just gonna just be on YouTube trolling and playing around, be serious about your life. And whenever I run into any young brothers, I have that conversation with them, and I was telling them that don't let people give you advice that have not walked the walk of what you're thinking about doing. Like I tell them, I'm a person, I spend my time did my 4+ years in the U.S. Navy. From basic training to this out there in the professional world, working on a air base, to this being out there at sea, to this working, for the airlines and going to technical school to make sure that you get your technical, your technical certification and your FAA license, so you can actually be a licensed aircraft technician. And so technical school, brought you that career in university, to where you can learn learn business. And actually, even though I'm one of the people that's a glorified university dropout, but what you learn, you use it to put into the business and build. So I'm telling people, these are directions that we have as especially as young Black men in America. And I'm telling them that don't take it personal, because a lot of times, even I sit down and I talk to brothers about the military, and I'm like, yo, one thing about me that you always get from me up front before I even continue my conversation, I'm always about us and how we get our money and we can better our lives and put ourselves in a situation we're not a burden to society, and where we can actually just uplift our family and our friends and be responsible, respectful men, And so, yes, the military is not for everyone, and I wouldn't just say everyone needs to go do that. But one thing I was explaining to one brother, it was like, you're fresh out of school. Take the exam. It's no different than what I would say if you're in New York City. I'll say, go take the transit exam. And you never know which opportunity may gear you in the right direction. But not saying that you can go after all of them, but you have to make some level of moves. But these are options and opportunities, because what we still need is our men to be able to use these, not for fighting, but to use these to put them to work, and with our minds. And so you tell them it starts with you building a great career and building an opportunity when you're younger. One thing I like about being in America is the great opportunity to start working at a young age. I've been working since a teenager, nonstop, family. It's been an incredible energy, but it's it makes your life purpose. You get up and you're out there working, you're out there putting the work in, whether it's entrepreneurship or you're showing up on a plantation. I know sometimes people use the word plantation, but some jobs can literally be considered as a modern day plantation. But even though I tell people, I'm like, hey, let's go there and say, yes, sir, master, yes, sir, boss, get your money. And then you put your money together with your own people and you build what you want to build, so you can have the freedom to do what you want to do. And you don't, so you can be the spook about it. Not everybody has to be that outspoken person who just all, and take it from me, family. That's the best. These are advice that Bomani Tyehimba has given you based on his world and life experience. And this is always especially for my brothers. Because what we're doing, we're trying to raise young Black men as leaders. Because what I don't want to see, I don't want to see a generation of our Black men be like some of these weak excuses for men, especially some of these guys that are on YouTube, who literally feel like they just something special because they have a certain percentage of followers or people who like them. I'm like, yo, the reason why they like you because you're a better entertainer. Like people like myself, I'm not here to entertain you, play games with you. And that's why Kala Genesis is breaking it down, talking about today, family. Pan-African Deadly Clown Circus. And he's the ringmaster. So Kala Genesis is lighting them up, man. You was on fire earlier, brother.
Man. You haven't seen nothing yet. You haven't seen nothing yet. A whiz kid asked, he said, I have an associate degree in welding certificate. That's good. Licensed welder, currently working on a BA.
That's what I'm talking about. Build your technical skills, especially when you're young.
Build your technical skills.
When you're young.
That's what we need. Join the BAIO social network, right? Join the skilled trades group, right? Get that group going and whatnot. People skilled trades and stuff like that. We need organization. We need our own Pan-African skilled trade. We have it in the BAIO. They're called the Doogers group, the skilled trades group. Build that up. Let's build that. Let's get tens of thousands of people in an organization, right? That believe in building in Africa and stuff like that. I said this a couple of weeks ago. When we're organized, we got a database of welders and electricians and builders and stuff like that. Then you can start negotiating for contracts and stuff like that. And then you get a 20-year contract to build and stuff like that. Then you could basically justify living on the continent for a long period of time or extended period of time or even a lifetime. But you cannot talk about going to Africa and we're not organized over here first. We got to be organized over here. We got to have our skilled people. and
Yeah,
skill,
another thing too, you get your funding right.
and get your money.
Get your funding right, because I'm telling people, if you think you're just gonna show up in Africa and someone's gonna just invest in you, or give you aspects of funding to build what you want to build, that's not happening. I mean, not saying that America is this incredible, generous country. It is so to a point, but nothing is free. But it's like our ancestors work hard and sacrifice for us so we can have certain opportunities. So some of those opportunities are opportunities where you may have to work your grants, your nonprofit energy, working. We talk about these contracts. That's through the government, and for people not understanding, it's, again, family, I'm not here to just deny people reparations, but it doesn't make sense for the powers that be to give you these things. And if they do,
they're not going to give it to you.
And if they do, it's a setup for you to give it right back to them,
Right.
which can easily happen within
you got people
within a few days.
And about Yvette Carnell, right? You have people out there talking about. I had actually seen this, right? I said to people, why are you giving these people your money? Well, I'm gonna get it back once Yvette and them come through with that reparations money. They actually we are that friggin' ignorant that we thought that Yvette, that's why she thinks she disappeared. She's under pressure. People thought that she had the means because, and the people that attracted the people like Yvette Carnell, right? And what I'm proud of is the people that attracted her tend to be not too bright. No offense to them, whatnot.
No, I mean, she usually attracts very low intelligent people,
low intelligent people, and so therefore these people actually
all they want is come on, brother. All they want is just a check. That's all they talk about. I'm like, come on, is that all it's about? Just a check?
And then when she met with some white man, right? They said, "Oh, it's coming." They'll say somebody said,
"It's coming."
Some clown, some clown got on. I smell reparations. I said, "Nigga, you only thing you smelling is your body odor." You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna get no damn reparations, I smell reparations, So they met with some white guy, So I don't know who, forgot the guy's name, and he showed up at her venue. So it's like every time you see a white guy, see this happen, right? We got white people, he's a professor and he's sitting down with Yvette Carnell and they're talking about this. Dude, that don't mean jack. They're not gonna give you no damn reparations. They're not gonna happen. If you're waiting on reparations, get your friggin' education. Get that good job and invest in the business, invest in the stock market, invest stuff like that. Start saving your money and pooling your money with other people and everything. Form a investment club, form a susu. Do all those things that work. With black people, as soon as you start telling black people they're gonna get reparations, they start quitting school, they start quitting their jobs. They got people out there not working their jobs anymore because they really think there's reparations around the corner. It's sad, man. It's really sad.
They're gonna keep on. That's what I'm saying, brother. These people are misguiding people and providing bad leadership. Now, you don't ever tell you tell people to work towards certain things. You tell people to literally just put themselves in a position of power to get what they're demanding. I mean, any of us can go out there and demand something, but if you don't have any base of power, you don't have any, you don't have any power to just force the person to give it to you. You're not getting nothing. It's kind of like it's kind of like you being a punk going up to the think you're just gonna go up to the bully and tell them to give you your lunch money back. Good luck on that, right?
That didn't work that worked for me in the 4th grade, man. I got I call myself standing up for myself when I was kid Ryan, This kid Ryan, man, he just loved bullying me, bro. He just loved bullying me. We call him Ryan, we call him Ryan a Rhino because he ran me, like a rhinoceros. When you're not looking, you said boom, you're on the floor. And he just got a kick out of this big fat kid, and I called myself expressing myself, saying up to him. He looked at me like, that was a nice speech, I really admire that. The next thing you know, blip, I got a big knot on my head, and he still took all my lunch money and shit, and did everywhere he could, and I learned back then, ain't nobody gonna give a dang about you, ain't nobody gonna care about you, in this world, the real world, nobody gives a damn about you. People sitting on the corner, man, why you just did me so wrong, man? Oh, my reparations check.
So I'm telling people, like, it's the same situation and same concept. Right now, based on what our ancestors have worked for, we just We just got there and use the system for what it is, and get, like I mentioned to you, get your funding organized, get yourself to technical or business school. Whether it's whether it's a university or
And
just
network with people. And let me tell you something
get out there and connect with your
about this.
people. Absolutely.
This is very important. Listen to this, right? Not every person that's going to be important in your life is going to be a fire-breathing Pan-Africanist, you know? Usually those people don't got shit. People that got shit, keep quiet. You know? They said, that dude, man, that bro's over making over $500,000 a year. You know, when you start talking, you ever talk to somebody who got this shit, they know they got connections and everything like that, and you got to go soft with them about the Pan-African movement, right? So, okay, I can see that. You know, I could convince a lot of people. The BAO, I was able to convince a lot of people with good jobs, trades, everything in the white man's world to like that, because I'm talking about business. When you're talking about building, you're talking about infrastructure and everything, you attract a certain crowd, right? But when you start talking about, yeah, man, fuck America is this, blah, 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 the white man's this and everything, you're not going to attract those people. You know, you're going to attract the people who ain't got shit in America, right? They got no anything, and they're not going to be any benefit to Africa either, because they don't want to work with nobody. They'll say people who can't get along in America, in this society, they're not going to be able to get along in Africa. You see them all the people that's failing in Africa. These are people that's having trouble in Africa, right? But they never learn how to shut the hell up and get to work and do something. Do something. And you got that video. I know people want to see this, you know.
All right, there we go.
And this is for fair use, folks. Fair use.
Today, what do you want to do? You want to carry this on your head.
Fair use.
Let me ask you a question. Can you put it down? Bring it down. You want to buy some food, put it. Get out of it. First of all, let me ask you a question. How much is this? This is 3 cities, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then how much is this?
This one is 2.5.
This is 2 cities, 50 pesos, right? So this is 3 cities, right? This is 3 cities.
4 cities.
This is 4 cities. This is 3 cities.
The same price.
4. Okay. How much is this one? Small ones.
This one is 50 pesos.
50 pesos. How many of these do you have?
More than 10.
This one is, it is in 30 bags.
So you have 30 bags now, and it's 50 pesos, right?
One is 50 pesos.
So if you have 30, can we say it's 15 cities?
Yeah.
15 cities, right?
Yes.
So if this is 15 cities, and this is 2 cities, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 3 cities.
Yes.
So how much is that? That's mine. That's 12 cities, right? If you add that to that, what is that? 27 cities, right? How much is that?
4 cities.
4 cities. That's 31. How much is that?
4 cities.
4 cities, right?
Yeah.
That's 35. How much is that?
2 cities, 50
2
pesos.
cities. That's 37.50. How much is that?
This one is 5 cities.
5 cities. That's 42.50. How much is that?
6
6
cities.
cities.
6 cities. That's 48.50. How much is that?
6 cities.
That's 50. No, 40. That's a 42.80.
Yeah.
So this will bring it to about 50. So how much is that? So let's say everything here is 52 cities, right?
Yeah.
Good. Look, she wants to carry on her head. This lady want to carry everything here, and she's gonna go and sell it for you. Okay. If she doesn't bring 52 cities, she's in trouble. Okay. All right. You put it on top of her head. Go ahead.
Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3.
Now you gotta use both hands to hold it. That's it. How does it feel? Now try to walk. Okay. How does it feel? Very happy. Can you hold it? Now listen, you have to stop. See, he took one. So Lisa is selling stuff in Ghana, right? Okay. All right, that's enough. That's enough. You stop. You stop. Now let's take it back. That's enough. Let's take it back. Just guys come. Let's take it back. Okay. Let's take it back.
No. I thought you done.
All right, I give it back to her. Is this your first? Let me ask you. Is this your first bucket today?
No.
Which one number is
I
it?
used to do it. This is my today, and it's almost sales tax.
So even if you sold everything today, it's 50 Ghana cedis, which is about $4. Everything she's holding, even if she sold it. So even if she sold 10 of these, it's about $4. So it's tough work, right? So let's just pay her. You just use her service, right? We're gonna pay her for how much she sold.
I want to buy all of that.
Wanna buy all of it? How about you buy it?
Share it with people. Share it with people.
How about you buy it 4 times? Is that okay? We're gonna buy it 4 times, okay? All right. Everybody's happy. Get up. Thank you very much. Okay, God bless you.
God bless you too.
Happy now?
Yes.
All right.
Can I get a picture with her? Can I get a picture?
Absolutely. Get a picture of that lady.
You stop me having your mama and take a picture.
Everybody, don't stand by me. All right. That's it. So now, this lady, you had to bless this lady over here, okay? There you go. This lady was sneezing.
I mean, that was cute. That was cute. But but some people are like, hey, wait a minute here. This, we put this lady on camera and it's I don't know. I'll ask the average Black African American, right? That lady right there, she said $4. That whole thing, $4. That means that lady probably would take a whole day just to make $4, $4 US. How many CDs is $4? And I'll say to myself, that's the reality of a lot of our people in Ghana. They got to deal with that. We go there on vacation. We think it's fun, cute, Lucy said, that was me in 2018. How long did that last, Lucy? That didn't last long. It sounds good. I want to be a Ghanaian, but after a while, you're like, yeah, I got to be this, That's why it's important that we build, real jobs and everything, because I don't see that girl doing that for a living with that young girl. So that one Ghanaian lady was very beautiful woman, but that's her life. That's her reality. We go there and we touch on things and, oh yeah, like I was in Liberia, but and I did certain things and everything. Like I said, next time I go to Liberia, I was supposed to work on my boy's farm. But even if I work on a farm next to somebody, I know that's not my life. I got a passport. I can leave. I go back to what I'm doing in America. For them, that's their life. We should guard that and respect that. Guard that, respect that, and do it in a way where we're being respectful. I don't think this girl was doing anything disrespectful and everything like that. She was carrying stuff on her head for a little while and stuff like that and couldn't do it and everything. Yeah, it was cute. It was cute. And everything, got a taste of what it's like to be a Ghanaian for like 3 minutes, walking around with a thing on their head. Those things are heavy. I've seen sisters in Liberia carrying stuff on their head. And I'm like, damn, how the hell you do that? And got a baby on the back.
Yeah, I got number love for sisters in Africa. They do some hard, strenuous work.
Yeah, African woman is so freaking strong. You know,
And
they
it's
are
no
so strong.
disrespect to anybody else. I'm just saying, since we're talking about Africa,
That's that. Those women are so strong.
because you know what it is, brother. You say certain things and be like, well, so what you saying about the women in America?
Oh, wait a minute. Let me. I just say that the black women in America are strong too. Y'all strong too. Y'all strong too. Don't
Yes. So
like
people
this.
take things out of context,
Yeah,
but what we
I just
talk
had
about
a
is
moment.
Africa. So
I just had a moment. Had to praise the African sisters, right? But there's no disrespect to our sisters, African American sisters over here. Don't get me wrong. Kala's your biggest champion. You got guys on the internet, right? Talking about.
well, they're gonna say that you're not. They're gonna say, all you guys got women in Africa. That's what they're gonna say.
They're gonna say you guys are one of us barefoot walking around and
Like,
full and everything like that. No, we're not saying that. We know that's not y'all. But some of us brothers, some brothers do like that. They like the African woman. She cook, clean for you. When I was in Liberia, man,
what are they gonna say? What? So we don't do these things? Well, some women do and some women don't. Here, but these are the conversations that people start coming at you when you start talking, and so
yeah. Since I already dug myself in, right? You see that video where the brother comes home, right? And his hood rat girlfriend, whatever, he said, look, I just got through a 14-hour shift. Do you have anything? She's sitting there making herself like a grilled cheese, whatever, like that. And she goes, no, I ain't making you nothing, Why you get something? He's like, look, I worked a 14-hour day, and she was like, nah, you could have stopped your cousin's house. You could like this. Basically, that's what his bro was like, man, I just did it, brother. I work hard and everything.
And some sisters here would take that to offense, and that's why I try not to get into it.
Oh yeah,
because some of them like gonna say, well, you have a bad representation of some of the sisters, but do some of them do that? Obviously, because people are sharing the experience that they go through these things. But it's just something about being an African continent, So I'm telling people that,
there's a peace there,
so,
that you're never gonna have in America. There's a peace in Africa. There's a peace there, right?
yes,
And we don't want to ruin that peace. We don't want to bring.
They probably wonder like why all the men go and get sisters from the continent. Like you saw my good brother, his wife up and everything,
Yeah,
well, I don't put man business out there, he's wifed up, but this is what we do. I mean,
him left and right.
You're talking about, you're talking about brothers who live a certain place and then they go somewhere else. I'm not trying to be the continuation of the passport brothers, but I'm telling people it's a reality. Just like, we have sisters who go, and it's what it is. And I don't knock that also and things. The only thing I tell people is just be clear about what the situation is. Because the worst thing is to be involved in a situation that you think it's something that it's not.
Right.
Because I tell people like, no one falls in love that quick. When people, people always, you always hear the word "I love you," and you always hear people talking about, I met this person and so on, and it's like,
and you'll find out, brother. You'll find out that even though maybe the culture is different, women are the same no matter what. So as you start being dusty and full like that, the same African woman you thought that was so fast, they're gonna tell you, And their bottom line is they're gonna tell you about yourself. It's trust me, it'll happen. And we'll talk about this passport bro situation, deadly clowns.
Deadly clowns too.
Now, for the longest time, brother, black men have been going to Brazil and the DR and everything, going out there doing that thing. It is what it is. Going to the Philippines, going to Thailand, everything like that, right? Bros say, okay, they got a Filipino wife, they got Dominican wife, Brazilian wife, or African wife, and everything like that. It's been going on for a long time. It's nothing new, right? But since we got YouTube, right, and YouTube is the playground of the deadly clown, right? They want to basically go overseas, right, and showcase sex tourism and all stuff like this. That's your thing. That's fine. You want to do that, right? But for the life of me, what I don't understand is why do you feel the need to put that on social media, right? and basically target and tag black women in America who you know are angry, you know, who know are just bitter and stuff like this, you know. Why would you do that? Now, these same black women, like I said, hell has no story like a woman scorned. Don't ever scorn a black woman, right? Now these black women are gathering with, meeting up with women from overseas. They're telling them all kinds of stuff, whatnot, you know. They're putting people's business out there. And basically, they got it now that they turning some of the Brazilian population against brothers who've been going there for decades. All because you dumb niggas open your big mouth. You know? You should have been saying, passport, what's a passport, bro? I don't know. You know, it's gonna be a time where, you know, I got these skits, man. I want to make these skits one day, right? I want to get big one day, Bomani, and make these skits, right? You know, imagine this one, right? Passport, bro. Guy's passport. He said, that, yeah, I'm going to Brazil, right? And all of a sudden, Big Shirley and them show up. Oh, you not? Get that passport, right? And all of a sudden, he give my passport back. And him and like with the Benny Hill, like they're running around. She's running around. I got it. He ain't going nowhere. And whatnot, you know? He ain't going nowhere, you know? The passport bros, whatnot. Yo, dude, if you got a passport, don't tell nobody, right? Dip out for a couple of weeks to wherever you got to go to and come back and shut the hell up, right? And when they figure out, geez, man, you ain't paid my light bill in a year, you know? You ain't took my little Ray out and played football with him lately. Or you haven't did all the stuff like that. They're like, what the hell got in you? Let them figure it out that you got other options. You know, but for God's sake, man, don't get on there. You got passport bros like, you just leave us alone. These black women are coming at us. Yeah, because you on friggin' TikTok and you on friggin' YouTube telling about your escapades, you know? You got all these Latino women hugging on you and everything like that, and you got to put that shit online. What the hell are you doing, you know? Negro, please, wake the hell up. You know, you don't have to be a clown your whole friggin' life, you know? And that's what it is in Black America, right? In America, a lot of black men survive by playing the fool, playing the clown. And by playing the clown, right, he feel like he was deemed as non-threatening to white people. It's a life-saving thing. We don't have to do that no more. You don't have to be a freaking fool anymore. You don't have to be a joke. You don't have to be a buffoon. You can be a stand-up guy, be a man. And you don't have to do that. You don't have to basically belittle yourself to get ahead. And that's what we're talking about tonight. You know, we're talking about people, not only are they clowns themselves, but they want to project this on all black men. And that shit ends with me. You know, because I am not no clown. I'm not no buffoon. I'm not any of that. I'm a serious man, you know. Yeah, they banned it real. I don't know about banned, but they're not really welcome. And people were basically going to Brazil for decades. Because it's got this clown Harlem and everything, going out there asking these provocative questions. Now he's like, I don't know what to do. You know, and only reason why I gave him a pass because he's young. He's a Gen Z. He didn't have nobody older schooling him. Dude, don't make this a YouTube thing, you know? You're going to attract the wrong attention to yourself. People don't want to be objectified. I don't care how easy you think Brazilian women are. No women wants to hear that, you know? And then you have black women in America, right? Calling all these women dirty, third world, and stuff like this. And basically, the situation is completely ugly. Ugly because we took on this clown culture, right? We think everything's a joke. Just like a lot of people in the Pan-African world will think everything's a freaking joke. Anybody can call themselves a Pan-Africanist now. I'm a Pan-Africanist and everything like that. They doing stupid shit online and all this nonsense and everything. Not one of them got banned, and not one of them got banned, and he's being investigated. Now, one of them got banned. I think it's that guy Holloman you're talking about. And basically, if you insult the culture, and they're saying you guys are saying this about our women, they're gonna come after you. And you're freaking very safety. And you got probably guys down there who are doing serious things and building a business. I know a lot of people, brothers in the DR in Brazil, they got businesses and everything. Now they basically are under fire or under attack by these goofballs that are online. Same thing in the Pan-African world. People saying stupid stuff, you know, about Africa, about this. Let me tell you something. Africa is not a mother whore. Africa is not a place where everybody's gonna go and just get rich and do like that. That's not what this is about. When you go to the continent, right, those people are real. And that's why I had to see. I didn't really see that video with the thing, but I don't like people like they're being belittled or marked. I didn't see that in that video. You know, I had it wrong. I didn't see that in that video where that lady was doing that. She sounded like she was very respectful and stuff like that, you know, but she just wanted to carry it on her head, whatever like that. I think that was done respectfully, you know. But I don't want to see people going around with cameras, right? Going up to everybody, you know, and pulling out money and like you're doing some charity work and everything. You know, Africans got white people to do that. And so why are you going to the continent doing the same thing that the white people do? Look like you're being benevolent, like you're superior and everything. When I was in Liberia, I gave a lot of money to a lot of homeless people and stuff like that. Not one time did I take a picture or put it on camera. Not one time will you ever see me upload something like that. I'll leave it alone because I'll let the people have their dignity. You know, that's respect. That's love. When you love people, you protect them. So when you got people going around with cameras and they're basically filming people and putting it online and everything without people's consent and stuff like that, that's wrong. I know all this is new and people are going to make mistakes. You know, but this thing right here of going to another country, going to Africa is real. As real as you can get. And how we look and how we perceive matters. We can't look like we're coming over there just buying up property, buying up this and looking like this and everything. Or we can't come here like we're saviors. We're trying to save Africa. Let people have their dignity. Let people have their pride. Because if you don't, right, they're going to show you. Look, we survived without a lot. But at least we have our dignity. So when you come over there like you got some big program and you just this badass Pan-Africanist and we got it all together and we're going to give everybody passports and we're going to go all this stuff, you're going to find out that Africa, that deal, you're going to wear out your welcome. You know, I'll tell you that, yeah, it's called exploitation. We don't want to be seen as people exploiting people. Patricia Matthews says, Brazil cracking out passport bureaus. January says, one of the passport bureau ringleader is in Brazil, scared for his life. They should have went Operations Black Hawk down on him, you know. You know, it's, look, you know, it's sad, you know. And how did this all start? YouTube, social media. Social media. And you know who kicked all this off? Black women in America. You pissed them off. You don't ever piss your women off. Y'all going down to Brazil. Y'all thought it was over. We're down to Brazil. And like that, you know. The sisters over here like, okay. They alerted Brazilian authorities. They got with Brazilian feminist groups and everything. Now brothers down there feeling the heat. You don't see passport bros posting stuff for the last couple of weeks, have you? What should have been just, okay, we're going out there and being a passport and everything. But you had to go out there and antagonize black people in America. Same thing with people who go to Africa and start throwing shots at Black America. That's the next thing that's going to happen. Because every time you fuck up, right? There's gonna be somebody here saying, you know something? Look what happened. You know, it happened in the in the Sable community. One guy with the Sable community. He fucked up, you know. Yeah, they're still posting, but you notice how they're basically if Mufasa, if you know more about this, why don't you call in? Why don't you come in? Mufasa, come in. You know, tell us more about this. I don't pay attention to this stuff, right? But I know I've been watching a lot of TikToks, and these passport bros are crying. His bro's like, why these women to leave us alone? And I told him, brother, man, dude, if you guys don't post online, we just want to go over there. Okay, I understand that. You're hurt. You find women that appreciate you. Leave it at that. Why do you have to go online and antagonizing black women in America?
Yeah, bro. I think that's where they cross the line at, man. That's real.
Yeah, you
That's,
don't do
that's,
it.
that's,
You know?
that's the ultimate part where they cross the line. The thing of it is, man, to the brothers out there, you know, you ain't got to be telling everybody about every woman that you've been with and every woman you're with and how nice everything is. Just show some videos of you, your friends hanging out at the beach and having a few good drinks and everything, and then turn off the cameras and then go do your thing. No one's gonna knock you for that. A man is gonna be a man. We understand men are gonna do men things, especially real men who love women and things like that. But it's like you gotta stop showing your business online about like you some player.
Yeah, tell you like you know what now is. Now you got African women talk about the passport bros. I'm like, damn. Now y'all niggas are fucked our shit up. You got African sisters
bros are coming to Africa.
African sisters about, yo, you got to have a dowry. You know they getting with the sisters are over. These sisters, you talk about Pan-Africanism. A lot of sisters are saying, okay, we got sisters in South Africa. Let's they go on that black girl train on TikTok or whatnot. They start spreading around. Next thing you know, African sisters are pissed off. How dare y'all? And brothers not even going to Africa like that on a passport. But now, brothers who think about going to Africa now, that's what they got to deal with. Because you dumb Negroes,
Yeah.
Luckily, I got my wife and everything. I don't have to go through that. I don't have to go through that. And
absolutely, fam. Like I'm always telling people, got 99 problems and that ain't one.
That ain't one. Women ain't one. I never had to go out of seas to get women. In America, Virginia was my Columbia. It was my freaking place. I never had problems.
Virginia. Yeah, I can't say enough about Virginia. I remember them days.
Yeah,
I remember back in the 20s.
Yeah. Look at Lucy talking about black women unite. Come on, sister. See what I'm talking about? You don't push off sisters, man. Sisters will put you, I'll tell you, lastly, you ain't going nowhere, nigga. You can go to Mars. Sisters will come and get your black ass, You ain't going nowhere. You go to Mars. I'm chilling with some green Martian chick. Sisters like,
Like I said, Big Shirley come in and grab that passport from you.
Yeah, Big Shirley will come up. They ain't going nowhere, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Shit,
Oh,
they ain't no escape, man. They ain't no escape, man.
I got funny story, man. I remember I was doing my Brazil trip and certain guys couldn't come, man, because their wife wouldn't let them go. And I was like, we're doing the African roots and culture tour to Brazil. And it's like they don't care about the Africa roots and culture part. They just care the part that you're going to Brazil.
Yeah, Brazil. Yep. Yeah.
So when I did the videos in Brazil, I think I showed light nightlife. I probably didn't show much of anything. I think the biggest thing I showed was the beach. But beyond that, I mean, it was literally roots and culture, showing you all the circle places, showing us doing cable cars, and us following the route of this the transatlantic European slave trade and just documenting certain information, doing walking tours. But yeah, brother, we weren't out there doing videos of what women we got with and things like that. I mean, so I'm telling people like we've been in that world, and I went down there. I had a few ex-Navy guys with me that was on the tour with me, so we partied.
Yeah.
I'm serious,
you remember the saying?
None of the videos and none of the things that we did, brother, we recorded and we put online. And I'm just saying, people, I'm not saying that we're players or anything. I'm not saying that, this as a brother, this is my best advice for any people out there. If you want to take pictures with nice women here and there and do little snippets here and there, that's fine. But it's like all you're gonna be doing is provoking the women here, and they're gonna come after you. Yeah, and also, all you're doing is also just making it look like you're just thirsty, because all they're gonna say is that, hey, you can't handle the women in America, so you have to run over there to here and there. But it's also what it is. We live in a global world, and people travel, and when you travel, you're on vacation and holiday. So the world that you're living in when you're traveling, it's like my world and traveling to Africa is so different from my world here. My world here is basically compared to what you call as modern day slave labor, working for minimum wage. And just in things that then you just there traveling, regardless of whatever country that I have on the back of that map, you're enjoying your best life. So you out places, you're looking nicer than you usually look, because beyond this, usually you're working.
Right.
Even if you dress up and everything, you're working, and you're there, you are relaxed, you are kicking it in. you know, you run into nice people. Next thing you know, you're hooking up and connecting with people. What I'm saying is like it's a natural thing that happens. You know, and these guys put it out there like they've never been with a woman before. They never seen sexy and beautiful women before. Like where they come from, don't have these women. I think that's what women have an issue with. Like, well, there's like, what's wrong with us here? And I think what the guys are showing them is like, well, it's a different attitude, but at the same time too, your mindset is different because you're not working like you do in America. You know, like if you come down, I'll probably go to the club with you, but the average person that's here, try to see if you can get me to go to the club or something like that. It's like, number one, I'm not even gonna come for excuse. I'm just gonna tell you, no, I'm not doing that. I'm working. And then like you can't be working to stay the night. I was like, yes, I'm working. I got business here to do, and I'm working. But then you can't be someone in Ghana, maybe doing a little bit of work, but it's, you know, you're out there just enjoying yourself, and that's what that world is. So then you end up meeting a lot more nicer people and things like that. So I just think it's just one of those things. But you know, nevertheless, people see it what it is. These guys are thirsty, going out there to whether it's Thailand or whether it's Brazil, and they're going out there doing their thing. But my greatest advice to them again is, hey, nobody has to know your business. But once you start putting that stuff on YouTube and start recording and doing things,
get no sympathy from me. You get no sympathy from me. You're gonna put. Only reason why I get that guy Holloman a little bit because he's young. He's that dude's scared, man.
How young is he? Like 25 young?
He must be like in like 27. You know, he's young, dumb. You know, dumb, just dumb.
Yeah. And some of these guys, they never been anywhere before. They never decided that level of freedom.
You can tell that he never really had women when he was in America, right? So if he would have been, you know, if you had your game on right, if you're doing your thing, you got some sort of swag, and then you can kick it to any woman. They're gonna reject you, but you know, you do your thing and everything, and you'll get somebody. You'll get somebody, right? So he's not a bad looking dude. So anyway, so he goes down to Brazil, and all these women telling him yes and everything like that, right? He automatically assumes there was something wrong with the black women, right? No, it was just you. You were awkward, you know?
But at the same time, too, let's be real about the situation, man. When you're out there, I have to try to make sure I'm easy with my words. When you're out there, like I mentioned to you, you're on holiday. You know what I'm saying? So if you're at a resort, you know what I'm saying? You know who's gonna show up, and who's gonna show up is. I'm trying to. And you know, I told people I was gonna be good with my words, and you know, use good quality words and talk and things. But basically, prostitutes.
Yeah.
I was trying to find another word better than hoe and prostitute. But you know, and excuse my language, everyone. But that's basically what you end up being around. Are all those women that you're gonna have around, you know, when you go places and party and socialize? No, I mean, and I got about 30-something countries back there on my map with a dot, and I'm telling me and friends, or you know, whether we're in the Navy or so on, you know, you go out there and you enjoy yourself, and it's never always that situation that it's just, you know, because what you do is, you know, especially when you're young, you're 20s, you run into other, whether it's you know, people your age, whether in university or they're just a young adult working, and you know, your game is strong and right, you know, and you know, it's all good. It doesn't have to be about, you know, prostitution or you paying for anybody. But at the same time, too, those things also happen. And with the you know, with the passport bros, I'm telling you, that's what they're doing. They're paying for prostitutes. They're paying for punani. You know what I'm saying?
Also,
so it's not a situation where they go somewhere and they're like, "Oh, you're so fine, and you're just a great businessman, and you just organically connect with someone and things like that." And also at the same time too, not saying all of the women are like that, but it's like I'm telling people, when you go to certain parts of the world, you know, the women that are the hustlers, they know what's going on. They know you're a man. They know you're coming in for a holiday.
They know you're coming from America.
I'm a real man, and you know, being a sailor, you know, you live that world and you know that world, and you explain it to people that, hey, you're basically paying for prostitute, and you're complaining about your woman in America, and that's like very low.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you're gonna do that, go handle your business and keep it to yourself. You know, don't nobody gotta know. You know your business.
People go to Navy ports are known for like women coming over there, ship ports, you know, longshoremen's, longshoremen's. What's the guys that work on ships?
They're basically, I want to say merchant marine, but what I want to say to you, brother, I remember the aircraft carrier pulling up in Australia, and I was coming up, and I looked over, I was like, wow. That's all I could say.
Check this out. My boy, check this out. When I first moved to Virginia, I had a boy named Costello, right? Tall brother, right? And I'll never forget this, right? And this is like back in, I first moved to Virginia like 93, right? It was like 90, I moved in 91. This was like 92.
Oh, cool. All right.
Costello kept saying, I'm going to be a merchant seaman, right? And he kept saying,
merchant seaman, there you go.
Right, yeah, check this out. Merchant seaman. He kept saying, yo, man, I'm going to be going to Thailand and blah, blah,
exactly.
blah. And so he went on he did it, and he went on there. He showed me pictures of this woman right here, right there, all these Asian women, right? And he showed me pictures, right? And then his sister, right, older brown skin chick, bad, she's older than us, right? So she's like, you know something? She goes, right here in Virginia, you know, we don't have women, we got it made because I got like 7 niggas that do whatever I want, right? And I said, I'll be with one, right, in bed with her, right? Dude called me and she was like, what you gonna do with it? I'm sleeping, I'm in bed with her. Like, what you gonna do about it? You just be ready for me. I said, damn, you know? And I said, but what Costello said, see, it's because of my sister at that attitude like that where I ain't got no chance here. But Costello was getting girls and everything, but he wanted to go overseas. Then years later, I saw him in a club, right? I saw him up in the club. I said, yo, what's up? You Costello? I said, yeah. He said, yo, what's up, man? He had this Thai chick. She was bad, man. His wife, whatever, like that. He said, yeah, man, just like that shit. But she had cornrows on, just like her sister, whatever. But anyway, he was like, yeah, man, you know, this, that, the other thing. I'm still a merchant marine. I travel, but I'm trying to get out of it and everything. I got my, you know, we're married now, whatnot, you know, everything like that. But I've known about that life, but I never wanted it, man. I never really, you know, have to go overseas. He said, yeah, man, that's what he did. He wanted to go overseas because he said, man, I've been with like dozens of women around the world and whatnot, you know, just, you know, like that. That's the life he wanted to live, you know. You know, but brothers been doing that for years, man, but they didn't put it on social media. You know, they didn't put that shit on YouTube and be like, yo, look, this is what I'm doing and everything. Because the bottom line is, oh, look, sisters don't want to see that. They don't want to see it. They don't want to see you out there doing all that stuff like that. Let them have that. Let them, they think that, you know, we're in the struggle together in America and everything. We can't just abandon our women and stuff like that, you know. Even if we are, but don't let them know that shit, you know. Because all you're going to do is piss them off, right? Now these sisters are linking up with African sisters, and they got African sisters thinking we're coming over. They think the Pan-African movement, this is what it is. Let's talk about Deadly Clowns, right? Now, because of people like Afro Dumbass and all these people, they would love to paint the picture that we're only getting into the Pan-African movement to get some African Punani and stuff like this. That's coming next, you know? Why? Because when we talk about Pan-Africanism, right? Instead of us talking like we do about infrastructure, science, technology, and stuff like that, and have people like Rosenthal on, we're sitting there for 5 hours talking about a bunch of stupid stuff back and forth, you know? But when people listen to this show, right, what do we talk about? Industry, trade, business, investment, every aspect. You tell me something I have never covered, right, and I'll cover it in the next show. You know, if the audience out there want to type something, what do you cover? I'll cover it the next show. I've covered industry, you know, I covered finance, okay? I covered what a guarantor is, right? Trade, all the stuff like that, geopolitics. This is a real Pan-African, this is the Pan-African dialogue that's responsible people who call themselves Pan-African should be talking about, you know? Now, I have nothing against my brother O'Shea and all of that, you know, he does a celebrity junk and everything. But I'm sick and tired of people like that being the face of Pan-Africanism, you know? This is not a joke. You know,
absolutely, brother. It's kind of like everything is based on who's the best entertainer and things like that, and who can and that's why people like myself, you know, as long as you know you're out here, you know, but at the same time too, you know, I'd rather have a quality of people that we roll with that, you know, as far as our following and our connection than just
somebody asked me about my cigars, right? These are Nicaraguans, next best thing to Cubans, right? For these particular brand right here. We was out of them, right? They're made in Panama and Nicaragua, right? But we're out of them, right? Because the factory that was producing these, right? They all came across the border, you know? They went to Mexico trying to get across the border. So I was out of these for almost 2 months. And then they got the factory over and said, oh, yeah. I was like, God damn, man. Where's my Cejos at? These are the best cigars. These are Nicaraguans. Next to
Let's be honest with people, man. You know what? The element is a fat blunt you're smoking.
yeah,
That's all.
everybody think Kyle's rolling, but people like I have to say it because people think Kyle's rolling this big ass blunt. That's why they goes high. People will say, I ain't listening to nothing Kyle was saying. He was smoking this big ass blunt, But Monty turned his camera off and smoked one too and whatnot, They think we're a bunch of ganja heads. Like, no, this is yeah, nigga, look, let me tell you something, right? Cigars, right? When people talk about business opportunity, right? Africa, West Africa grows tobacco better than any place in the world. They got tobacco growing wild out there. If we had the right people and thing that the cigar manufacturing in West Africa they could take over the Caribbean. People don't know this history. Do you know Brazilian coffee is actually Liberian coffee? So British people brought the Liberian coffee seed that was growing wild, right, to Brazil, and Liberia used to be a big supplier of coffee, right, in its early years, and the British brought that plant right to Brazil and started growing in Brazil because Brazil got the same sort of climate as Liberia has. So what I'm saying is this: so there's a lot of opportunity in manufacturing stuff like everything from tobacco to cotton to palm oil. There's a whole bunch of host of stuff that you can get into as far as manufacturing. Manufacturing is key. Manufacturing means when you manufacture something, that's you're top on the supply chain. Then you got your distributors, wholesalers, retailers, everything. But if you ever want manufacturing, you're the point. Everybody has to come to you. So manufacturing, you got manufacturing, distribution, and consumption. Where are you in the global supply chain? Black people, for the most part, are the consumption. We have to get to the distribution, right? Before we start manufacturing, we have to get to distribution. We should have our own warehouses. We should have our own people that distribute on alternative distribute like eBay, and also consumption, right? Everything that we sell don't necessarily have to go to black people. As long as the money from the manufacturing and distribution is thrown through black hands and everything, that's what we need. Because there's a lot of people that sell stuff on eBay, right? That you go buy some on eBay and they go buy it on Amazon, right? Billions of dollars a year. They don't know if that person they're ordering from is black. They say, okay, I see this. I want to buy this. I want to buy this computer. I want to buy this part. We don't get it to that enough. We don't get into e-commerce, all these things. And we had lots of black people in America that was in the e-commerce that were that had their own customer base and everything. You find it's not easy. You got to find your niche. I had a guy that was in the BAIO years ago, Earl Hardaway. He was making a lot of money on eBay and Amazon and everything, but he never would tell us what he sold because he said he got that. He found certain things, items, everything that he could buy from China and distribute and everything. He wouldn't tell us what it is. I said, I respect that, because you got to find out what sells, right? And then once you find that and everything, you supply that, you build that up. And so therefore, what I'm saying is, what does that got to do with Africa, right? If let's say you do stuff like furniture manufacturing. Africa has a lot of timber, it has a lot of bamboo and stuff like that. And you got a lot of African craftsmen that could make Africa. When I was in Liberia, I had my furniture made. I had a living room set made, This guy took bamboo and everything. And I was like, yo, I can't describe to you how beautiful this furniture was. Sturdy. I didn't know bamboo that was that strong. Made me a sofa and a love seat, and he made me a table. And with a table right there, all I had to do was put the piece of glass on there. So I had a bamboo table, two big chairs, a single chair, and I had a table made in Liberia. So therefore, all these things like manufactured stuff, craft, everything, and they could sell. And also, there's all types of stuff people be making in Africa. The furniture, the traditional, that's the one thing we, as Black people, Africans and African Americans, don't value enough. The tremendous, beautiful African craft works. Not just things like that, but furniture. You got a lot of Africans in West Africa who are making furniture like you won't believe. You know, I mean, furniture, desk, everything, like, you know, African made. Now, if we got into this business, right? Somebody got into the business, right? They could be exporting that to the United States. Duty free, because goods made in Africa don't face U.S. tariffs because of the AGOA agreement. And then when you start doing stuff like that, you go to a furniture store and saying like this, hey, I got this furniture, put it on display and everything, and people are like, where are you this? Or you could direct ship it to people. There's a lot of opportunity, folks, right? But like I said, the best thing to do, right, if you have that mind, right? Yeah, I would say the first thing to do, instead of start trying to export to Africa, see what you could see in Africa that's made or whatever that you, that you think you could sell in the United States. If we start being that type of people, we're coming there and we're like, whoa, you know, I got 50K, you know, investment. I'm gonna get a line. I'm gonna borrow against that 50K, get a line of credit, right? And I want supply. I want this many this item right here shipped to me, right? Get a warehouse space, whatever, and then they ship it to you, right? And then you ship it outside the country, and you ship it to yourself in the United States, and you start distributing it. You can drop ship it through DHL or wherever like that, you know. When we start doing that sort of business, we're showing up with money and cash and everything to invest in African-made products and stuff like that and selling them in the United States. America has a $20 trillion a year economy. You telling me we can't import African manufactured shoes? We can't import African manufactured cloth, clothing, designer stuff and stuff like this? You can make goods in Africa for very cheap. But we're not doing that, you know? And that's what Africans are looking for. But guess what? Who does it? The Filipinos will come, right? And buy up African goods. Now you got Filipinos, right? Who they see like different products, like Liberian products and everything like that, right? They'll make it in the Philippines, right? And put the Liberian label on it. And even they had Liberians thinking they were eating Liberian rice and Liberian cassava. It was actually from the Philippines. We have to build a global supply chain. And for that, it takes business. It takes serious people. It takes people going on a trip to Africa, meeting with investors, meeting with opportunity, getting your aha moment. That's why going on these tours with Brother Bomani and myself is so important. When you're going around, you're going to get an idea. I think everybody should go to Africa. If you're going to get into business, it should be centered around importing first. Let the supply, the money supply start going to Africa. Don't think about exporting to Africa, right? Think about what we could do to buy from Africa. You know, it's to stimulate African manufacturing and industry. Whether it's cups or pottery or whatever it is. That's what we need to do first. Yeah, Chinese do that in Jamaica too. Bootleg. I said Chinese are known for bootlegging, you know? And we sit back so powerless. What can we do? What can we do? We're just getting our heads kicked in, and you wonder why black women don't respect us. So after not doing all the things you're supposed to do as black men, by coming together, forming our own modern day Dayula. What is Dayula? Dayula is a West African term meaning trader or merchant. These are secret societies of traders that control the West African trade system for hundreds of years. Let's create a modern one across the Atlantic, where traders and business and buyers and sellers are meeting together and importing and exporting and everything. That's how we get the party started. Then all the other stuff will come through, you know, as far as like building communities, everything. We need people with wealth. And that's how you create wealth. We need wealth in our community. We need wealth to take back to Africa. We need to be a blessing to Africa, not a burden. And then when you start doing stuff like that on that high scale, then you'll get a passport. You know? Oh, I deserve a passport. No, I deserve it. my ancestors were stoned from the thing, whatnot. We deserve. No, you don't. Shut up.
Yes, Kala, break down the citizenship. Break it down. Break it down.
I'm tired of that. I deserve it. The citizenship is another entitlement, another welfare, another gimme. The richest black people on earth. Gimme. And if I'm tired of y'all, you can imagine what brothers and sisters in Africa feel. Gimme. Yeah, we gotta rise up. We're gonna rise up. Yeah, what's that? Somebody speak my language on YouTube. Yeah, stick around, man. This is the place. This is a place where common sense rules. The stuff I've been saying now, I've been saying for years. I've been saying this for years. But everybody else, they don't want to take leadership, you know, they just want to do their own thing, and they're fucking up. The face of Pan-Africanism is going over to Africa, doing nothing, you know, asking for passports, asking for citizenship, why this ain't this, why this ain't that, and everything. And we're wearing out our welcome. And we come there as investment groups and everything like that, saying, you know something, we're going to buy stuff, you know, and ship it back to the United States. We already got the suppliers. We have a Black Restaurants Association saying they're going to buy like coffee. People don't care about their coffee. And when you go to a restaurant and everything, you don't ask you what kind of coffee it is. It's coffee. It's black or whatever, right? So a lot of times these restaurants will buy coffee, you know, generic brand coffee, whatever like that. You can introduce African coffee and tea to your menus. Who's going to put that project together? Not just black owned, right? See if you got white owned restaurants and everything. Say, we got this new coffee brand. Okay, that's good. You know, somebody may say, yo, I own 100 diners. Well, I can supply you with your coffee for 3 years. Okay, I got a 3-year contract to supply you with coffee. What you're paying with coffee now, I'm going to cut your price in half. This is basic business. Now, where's this coffee coming from? Oh, we grow coffee in Ghana. We grow coffee in Liberia. You know, you sign that contract. Next thing you know, you're putting people to work in Africa, and you're making money, and you have a legitimate business presence on the continent. Join the Black African Infrastructure Organization. These are the things we talk about. So, yeah, all you get $100 money to buy this idea. What you need is a leader, right? Somebody who has a plan or everything. Look, I want to basically be a supply. I want to bring African coffee. Like I would start with a country like Uganda or Rwanda. Rwanda's already exporting coffee on eBay and Alibaba to the United States. Rwanda made coffee. I guess they're doing well. But what if we could basically organize HBCUs, right? Their kitchens and everything like that. They order coffee. You know, stuff we don't think about. They order coffee. Say, okay, how much coffee do you guys buy every year? Oh, we don't think about that. We just go down to the supermarket and everything. What if I could basically supply all your coffee? You know, okay, well, we got this budget for this and everything like that, you know? Well, we'll supply your coffee and everything like that to your cafeterias. We have to do this internal audit in Black America. Once we have that, right, and we could say to said African, but look, okay, you guys are growing coffee right here. Can you guys meet the demand of supply? I watched this back in the 80s, right? This is what got me on this thing, because back in the 80s, I'm a teenager, right? And I was watching this program where these Chinese, they'll interview Hong Kong businessmen, right? Rich Hong Kong businessmen. And they were manufacturers, right? So Hong Kong was a manufacturing hub of Southeast Asia, just everything from toys to everything was made. Was said made in Hong Kong? Remember, made in Hong Kong was a big thing.
Oh yes, absolutely.
This guy was like, yeah, he had an order to fill, right, by somebody in the United States. They wanted these textiles, the textile. They shipped the textiles and everything to the Chinese, right? And they gave them the specs. Okay, they're gonna make jeans. It was jeans, and so they said, like, okay, they had exactly 15 days. They said on the 15th day, right there, the ship is leaving. So the Chinese guy said, we're going to do this. So they're in the warehouse. Come on. Yeah. They churned out all that stuff like that. And then I remember when the container just barely made it to the port, the ship, and it was pulling off. And the next thing you know, you see the Chinese out there. He's sitting around having dinner and they're sipping champagne and everything. And he had a nice house on the hill, right? And he was telling his son, he says, his son's a movie producer. He's gonna make a kung fu film. He makes kung fu films, And he's like, yeah, this, that, the other thing. He said, these are the new Chinese elite business and everything. This is what I want to see in Africa. You have the market right here in America across the Atlantic, but do we have the mind? You have the market. We have black people in America, right? We have people like Carl Kanai, Rockaware. I don't know if that's still around, whatever like that. But, where is that stuff being made? It's not being made in Africa. Matter of fact, a lot of Sean John stuff on that Diddy don't even control that. Kanye West, $1 billion deal with Adidas, right? How come he hasn't built plants in Africa and say, look, I want these.
Exactly.
But only on the Bomani Tyehimba show are you going to hear this sort of conversation. We have the people. Also Kanye, he got people like everybody buying his stuff up like left, like it's hot, like it's going out of style. He could bring his manufacturer any place. He don't even need Adidas.
Yeah, when these people do business, man, they don't build black enterprises. They don't
That's
build.
what we're talking about.
And when I'm talking about black enterprise, I'm talking about putting black dollars in black hands, supporting black operation, creating opportunities for black people.
And supply chain.
I'm telling people that whole town that we have right there, Jahadzi. You know what I'm saying? Perfect for building anything that you need. You know what I mean? Do you see any of these people reaching out to us?
Of course not.
They're gonna get this stuff made over in Asia with child labor, and they're gonna look the other way, and they're gonna, take the money.
Oh, and they'll show up in Ghana,
but they don't have any control over making sure that their whole operation, and this doesn't have to be a whole operation, but it has to be some of your operation is supported where you have black people enterprising. It can't just be like you're just black billionaire, and then black people buy your products, but then all the business aspects of it, from the manufacturing to the distribution to the workers to so on,
the infrastructure
is controlled and working by other people. That's where you're not delivering. So we glorify these people like, oh, these people are rich and successful, but it's like, what are they doing for us? And then some people ask, well, why should they owe you anything? It's not like they owe you anything. It's like, you're responsible. Like, you and I talk about social responsibility.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you're a black successful person, if you're black, whatever, if you like people like ourselves, like I tell people, imagine if I had a whole lot more, because, we're very generous with the things that we do.
Yeah, it's a perfect example of what you were just saying. The whole thing is this. We give praise to people who got a billionaire status, right? But Jay-Z and Puff Daddy want us to, they're billionaire. We're going to remember they tried to build an app, a black-owned business, and it failed, right? Because they have no connection with the black community. You know what I'm saying? They only got their friends and peeps that they put on. There ain't nothing they do. Where's your wealth at? Where's your factories at? Where's all your
exactly. We don't see any of those things.
Everything.
Do you see any of those things in Liberia? Ghana? No. Exactly. So that's what we're saying to people. Like, these people that you glorify, take them off that pedestal you put them on. Push them to have social responsibility.
They have no, and
I'm
that's the Pan-African responsibility. You want to be a Pan-African, like open your factory in Liberia, open your factory in Sierra Leone, open your factory in
How
Ghana.
about open something in a predominantly Black community in America? And how about you start somewhere?
The warehousing, everything that your clothing line has it. Any Black hands doing that shit? No, you know. You using UPS, you using all this other stuff like that to distribute your stuff like that, and there's no Black-owned enterprise that you're partner with, you know, and you call yourself a billionaire. How much of that billion that you generate uplifted? Donald Trump and all these white people, right? When they make billions, right, they make millionaires under them, you know?
There you go. That's the difference maker.
They're different. They make other white people, the guys that built Walmart and stuff like that, they made so many people rich in the process. Other white people rich in the process, and they got a support system. But when the Black people are billionaires, all their support system all white or Asian.
Absolutely. You see all these people. That's all they surround themselves. I'm not saying that you shouldn't surround yourself with other people, but it's like you have to have some aspects of us in mind. You know what I mean? If you're gonna, you know what I mean, and it's a social responsibility. If people want to ask me about these things, it is your responsibility as a Black man, a Black woman, to provide leadership. For the, basically, like I always tell people, we have to lead the blind, and it is what it is. Our people are in different situations. It's not like we can compare ourselves to everyone else. We were completely divided and conquered across all lines, all countries, all nations, all over the place, and it's still in place today. So we do need our people to be socially responsible, to develop and build opportunities for us, just like this business we do, Africa for Africans, the amount of connections and network and the amount of opportunities it build, and imagine if we're able to develop an enterprise at a higher level, the amount of rich and successful enterprise that we'll create.
We should be creating millionaires. The Pan-African world should be a millionaire, billionaire machine, creating machine. We should be turning out billionaires. Pan-Asianism in Asia creates millionaires every day. Pan-Europeanism, right, create millionaires and billionaires every day. Only the Pan-African is something that people laugh at online and talk a bunch of stuff with a bunch of redundant talking points and everything. It's never become a real business.
Absolutely. You see the people representing us, these so-called popular folks on YouTube, and it's like, what are you building in the movement? Other than you just feeling like you're just a good talker and you just out there talking, talking about whatever's current events is going on. I'm sure they're gonna start talking about all the mass shooting in California soon.
Oh yeah. The Chinese man, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah, blah 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 blah. But thanks for the like and the share, and thanks for the super chat. Say freaking dumb shit.
Yes, family, join us. That's the link up, family. Join us. Especially if you have something to say to Kala, he's always looking for confrontation.
Yeah, conversation. I'm a nice guy, really. You get to know me. I'm a nice guy. Call in. I want to talk to the public. I want to know what people are talking about. Click the link and say hello. Give us your opinion. We want some feedback. Join it, man. No one's gonna come beat you up and whatnot. Oh, you want a Bomani and Kala show? But how dare you whatnot? Nobody gonna mess with you, man. Come on. You're with the strongest here. You're there with the two most powerful men in the Pan-African world right now.
Yes, family. We're the kings of Pan-Africanism.
When we haven't sold out. We haven't sold out for freaking a couple of clickbaits and likes and shares. Everything we just talked about, just like I just broke it down. People's probably saying, something? He's right, man. Why don't we have a thing? Let me tell you something, folks. If you haven't figured this out, Africa is a land. America is a land, right? Same wealth that America creates, right? You can create in Africa if you build what? The infrastructure. You have to have the human infrastructure, the physical infrastructure, the governmental infrastructure, the social infrastructure, the monetary infrastructure, the trade, all that stuff like that. Once you have the good infrastructure in place, right, and that becomes your base, you can do anything. How's a little tiny Hong Kong is a total of 700 square miles, right? but it has one of the largest economies in the world. You mean to tell me between the coast of West Africa, all those cities on the coast of West Africa, we can't have manufacturing trade centers up and down the coast and everything like that, you know, and make that the base of the black world, you know, to permeate throughout the world? We could do that. But we don't have the mindset, you know, you know, and we have to understand that we were scarred by slavery, we're scarred by self-hate and self-doubt and everything, you know, but we could do this. You know, we can do this. You know, we can give our people a better life, a fighting chance at least. You know, we got people like that make fools out of us every day. You know, the Chinese are in Senegal, right? What they do is they go find African products that are high quality, right? They send it to China, send a copy to China, right? Next thing you know, Chinese are manufacturing, they try to sell it as bootleg Senegalese leather and stuff like that, bags and everything like that, you know? Senegalese like, look at this cheap quality stuff. But the Chinese are getting over. A lot of stuff you think that's African made, right, are Chinese made. Because we've never gotten into the manufacturing thing and put a verified seal. That's why I created the Liberian Next series, you know, a decade ago. And I'm going to implement that, right? It's going to showcase Liberian manufactured goods. You know, there ain't going to be no Chinese making Liberian products and selling it as Liberian. So it's going to be Liberian products, you know? But this is what real men and leadership is all about. You know, one thing I am proud about Liberia is they're like that country that's ready to do this. They're ready to start manufacturing. They're ready to start doing stuff like this. You got a whole entire country of America to sell your products to. Ghana, people complaining now that Ghana is like, well, we want to start manufacturing chocolate. Ghana should have been in the chocolate industry. The Swiss don't make chocolate. Yeah, everybody eating Swiss chocolate. And so we don't have Ghanaian made branded chocolate. Ghanaian chocolates are not on our shelves and not in our diet and everything, you know. Yeah, Chinese selling fake Ghanaian fabric. Yes, I did give Nigerian credit, right? Nigerians shut them down.
Yes, sister, join us, man, join us. I'm trying to get somebody to come join us. There we go, the link right there.
Join us. Tell us about it. You know, tell us about your experience. We want people on. You know, join us. You know, and nothing. This is not hatred against the Chinese. They're only doing what they have to do. If we're gonna lay down and let this happen, what can we say? You know, what can we say? If we're gonna sit back and let other races of people walk all over us, what can we do? But this is how Pan-African, this is what we call being on code is. This is what we call Pan-African is. I'm jealous and protective of Ghana as I am Black America, as I am Liberia. We're all part of the Black African family. That's how Pan-African talk. Pan-Africans don't sit there and be like, oh, you know, pick sides and stuff like that, and you know, all this kind of nonsense. Ghana's our home, Nigeria's our home, Kenya's our home, South Africa's home. I want to see all these countries win. And Black America is our home. And we want to see everybody come up. You know, we don't have to throw Black America under the bus just to uplift somebody else. People who do that, they ain't real Pan-Africanists. They don't understand what this is about. We don't have to throw Black Colombia under the bus, Black Cuba. Anywhere you got Black people that know they're Black and believe in their Black and love their Blackness and love being Black and whatnot, you're part of the Black African family. But if you don't like Black people and everything, like the Afro dumbass and everything, you know, I don't want you. It's all about what's in your heart. 9 times about not what you do. It's what's in your heart. You got a lot of people doing stuff, but their heart ain't right. They don't have the love for their people. When I seen those kids getting harassed in Ukraine, that broke my heart. Because I look at it, the way I look at it as African American, right? That people like that could be my relatives when you look at them. I understand that a lot of people around the world, they're tribal, all they care about is their own country and everything like that. But us, we Black African Americans, that's not who we are. That's why I repudiate the ADOS FBA movement. That's not who we are. These people are trying to divide Black America from the Caribbean. So that's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life. You know, the dumbest thing. I mean, I've never heard anything like this in my life. When we lived in New York, where you were black, you were black. They don't give a dang if you got a Jamaican African, you got a Southern African. Black was black. A white man call you nigger, when I hear him say, "Well, where are you from?" and okay, you know, you believe that, you're a freaking fool. And that's how we got a look at the globe. Black African infrastructure, Black businesses, Black ownership, Black families, Black institutions. That's how we're going to win. That's how we're going to survive. So where are people at, Bomani? Anybody getting on?
No one is getting on.
That's a shame, folks. You're breaking my heart. Nobody wants to get on and join the panel, join the discussion.
No, they don't want any smoke.
Hey, come on, just be a friend. Be friendly, you know. Come on, you know. It's any other thing. It's apparent right now that people, if you had any doubt all along, Kala Genesis is the truth. Just go ahead and say it. I got no problem. People had their doubts about me over years and whatnot. You see now who's been real all this time.
Big Go family, real deal.
So we got Lucy coming on.
Yes, and family, this is the link I was talking about earlier, right on our website. And just get right to the details. Repatriation, relocation, consultation, all that good stuff. Waiting for Lucy. Yes, so family, this is my information, all full of details. You know, a lot of times we just want you to take your time and read through information. And the things I talk about is my experience and connection. So what you see here is how we get it done. And got some nice sessions and plans for you. And because a lot of these people, family, let's all talk all the stuff on you know, YouTube. Reach out to them, see if they can actually help you with some of these things. And, you know, so this is a professional operation. I got your back and want to make sure that you get to the African continent, whether you take the journey of a lifetime with us on a tour, or you help us set up a nice energy. Yes, family, and just beautiful photos across the screen. I'm gonna scroll down here and I'm gonna click on Bomani Technology Service and Support website. So Kala, this is my longest, oldest business that we've been operating.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get Lucy in a second. And family, that's what it's about now, building your agency operation. And with these, you're just not just building a business or operation. You have to have the skills to run it. Like, this is a technical and business enterprise, so you're gonna have to have background in technical and business service and support. I'm always telling people, a technical background go way back from electrical and electronic systems all the way to aircraft maintenance and information technology systems. So this is an introduction to technology operation, and these are some of the beautiful systems we build. Taking it back to the technical days where you use your hands and you build systems. So everything here at Bomani Technology, is just all wired and set up. My best efforts to just be able to run a whole technical and business operation with all the elements of what you need. And it's amazing what the technology can do nowadays. But the best thing I'm always telling people is, like, use it to where you run an operation to where you can use it to run your business, more than just entertainment. You can work your entertainment in it, but also it's set to this where it's a business operation. And I'm always encouraging people, turn one of the rooms in your house into a nice business office, and build up a small business, or just learn to this. Learn some additional trades and skills. That way, when we're ready to compete, we can literally just come together stronger and compete. And one of my favorite is the remote tech support. You just connect to your computer and fix whatever I need to fix. All kind of things we have done. And once again, family, all based on experience. Yeah. My son got an incredible technical room, and that's what we do. We just train by using the equipment, using the systems, using the technology you have, your phones, your computers, your printers, your TVs, your tablets, laptops, so on. And you're putting those things to work. So yes, my brother, let me just let our good sister in. And we're going to take it to that level. And we're going to have some nice conversations, family, before we close out. Yes, greetings and salutations. Long time. Are you the same person that's in that picture?
You know it is. My hair a little bit longer, but it's me. Can y'all hear me good?
That's my backyard, Lucy.
Okay. I can't talk too loud. All the children are asleep in the house.
Oh, perfect. So you're no longer in Ghana anymore, or you're somewhere else?
No, I'm in good old America.
God bless America.
Are you in Virginia?
I'm in Virginia. Where else I'm gonna be?
Yeah, we never know. You may relocate to another state.
You still live in Hopeless Well?
Hopeless Well. It's funny.
I'm in one of the safest states in the United States. Good old Virginia.
Well, Hopewell.
Oh no, I'm in the capital.
Oh, you're
in the capital.
Oh, okay, Richmond. Okay, Thank God.
That's what's up. I'm always wondering why you never came down to the beach. I always remember Richmond is being boring and Virginia Beach is so much fun. But sometimes it's good to be in a rural area to this way you just kick back.
Are you on the outskirts of Richmond, like what's it called, Sanson? Or are you
in the suburbs?
Safe. Yeah. I'm not in the city. Yeah, I'm safe. I'm not in the city.
Hey,
I've spent my time down in Hampton Roads when I was in the military, down in Dam Neck.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Oceana.
Yes, Marie.
Yeah, that's I'm gonna tell you a story about Oceana. Do you know that was originally a black settlement?
I heard about that.
Oceana, SeaTac, right? SeaTac is still there. It's a black enclave in Virginia Beach or Bird Neck, right? That's Bishop Thurgood, right? They have a SeaTac community center, right? That's a historic African American community, right? SeaTac, New Light is where Pat Robinson built some of the CBN University right there, Regent University, CBN, that right there, that was all once black, you know, that and Blackwater, you know, people don't realize that. Virginia Beach was really a black city initially, you know, people don't realize that.
Hampton was too. Hampton was too. They had Buckrow
Yeah.
Beach. Yeah.
Yeah, hey,
Hampton was
they
too.
still got Buckrow Beach. I go up there, you know.
Richmond was a black city.
Yeah.
Richmond, all through Jackson Ward and all that. That was all that was black.
So where all the black people
It was a
go
Wall
then?
Street.
Where do all the black people go then?
We still there. We just getting gentrified.
Let me tell you
Okay,
something,
gotcha,
right?
gotcha.
About this area right here. This area right here, why I love it is because there's so many black people. It's never alone, right? You go, black people living in nice neighborhoods. You got black people going to college, black people doing stuff, whatnot. The number of black sisters that own businesses here is like growing. Look around, there's black people owning nice restaurants here. You got a lot of Jamaican restaurants, African American restaurants popping up all over the place. And so it's like I said, if you're gonna live in America, live around black people. You know, live here. You know, live here. You know, I hear these horror stories from other places. Every time you look around, this Karen follow me. I said, where y'all at? You know,
right?
Where y'all be at? We don't go through that in Virginia. You know, the white people out here don't fuck with us like that. You know.
Not really. Not unless you down in Galax, Virginia, going towards like Tennessee and West Virginia.
All right, yeah.
You start going in the mountains, yeah.
Yeah, you go out there, you're in trouble. You got some Negroes will be like, I gotta go out there. No, I don't need to go out there. I always check the black population first. Anytime I go any place, you know.
Me too.
Being African American, you always ask, are we good out there? You know, if people look at you like they don't know what you're talking about, they ain't black. Leave them alone. Like, are we cool there? Like, what do you mean? Are we cool there? What do you mean? You know, no, you know, the real black people's like, yeah, we're good. Yeah, it's cool. You just got, you know, like that. You know, that's black talk, soul brother, black talk. You know, are we good there? You know, it's cool. You know, we good. Brother, are we good over there? Or we good over there? You know, a lot of people don't understand what that means. You know, that's code word for black people. Okay, over there, could we get along over there? How the white people, how do we get along? Are they gonna fuck with us? You know,
Well, perfect, Kala. Perfect. Let's make sure let's get into while we have our sisters still up and everything. Let's share some of your experience in Ghana. Share some good stuff with us. So let us know what you want to talk about.
Well, y'all had a topic.
Yeah, I got a topic.
Y'all had a topic
for you right here. Topic's coming up right there.
Y'all want to talk about Ghana, or you want to talk about the topic?
Oh, you can definitely.
What's your experience with deadly clowns in Ghana?
Since you've experienced living in Ghana, it's always a positive energy to share some light on some of the things that people just need to know so they can survive and be ready, because most people are not ready for this. And a lot of time people have to just learn ahead of time. So maybe there are things that you can share to help people, that way they can just be there and stay successful. And then definitely I'll talk about the subject, because Kala is the ringmaster tonight. You got a circus full of deadly clowns.
Well, I want to hear more of that. But what I would say about Ghana is that you gotta move similar to how you move in America. Don't go to Ghana and do things that you wouldn't do in America. Don't associate yourself with people that you wouldn't associate yourself with in America. So, I've seen a lot of things happen to people. I've seen a lot of things have happened to me, because I think a lot of us, we wear these rose-colored glasses and we go to Ghana with our arms open, our heart on our sleeve, and we thinking it's going to be this kumbaya thing, and that's how you're going to get ran over real fast. So I just think we should keep our head on our shoulders, keep your head on a swivel, and definitely keep an open mind. It is not America, so don't expect things to be the way you think they're going to be, and slow down a bit and, enjoy your time there and get to know people and get to understand them and why they move, how they move, so you can adjust your movements accordingly. That's what I would say about that.
Yes. Well, perfect. Always appreciate the professional advice from a professional who have experienced that world. Now, definitely want to talk about the topic, the Pan-African Deadly Clowns Circus with Ringmaster Kala Genesis. I guess Kala is saying that YouTube is full of this deadly clowns, and he's going to be a ringmaster and control them. Maybe he has a different analysis for what that means.
The Deadly Clowns. Who y'all talking about? Y'all talking about these Passport Bros and these Sisbim guys and these Kevin Samuels followers and all those cats? That's who y'all talking about?
No, he's talking about people who portray to be Pan-Africanists, but all they do is talk about something else, and all they do is do ambulance chasing and do a bunch of other things. And hopefully Kala can unmute himself and explain in details.
Yeah, explain that because I'm confused.
There you go.
Amulet chasing.
Oh,
What's
ambulance
that?
chasing is whenever any current event or something happened, people just chase those events, and they spend more time doing that versus pushing our Pan-African energy so we can build something together and actually work effectively.
Oh, I'm new to that. Who's doing that?
All the people on YouTube.
Oh wow. See, when I go to Ghana, I turn my YouTube notifications off because it burns my data up. So
You wouldn't want to
I've
waste
been
your time
completely out of the loop.
I mean,
Yeah, not on
every
BS.
day,
Yeah.
2-3 hours on YouTube talking garbage, and it's I understand people trying to make the YouTube popularity and stream, but it's like if we're really about this movement, we have a whole lot of work to do. Yeah, but
So what I would ask is,
they're
are
entertainers.
these
We call them entertainers the deadly clowns.
are these people that are running their mouth in a negative way? Are they boots on the ground or are they still in America?
Most of them are in America. Some of them do make it to Africa. Some of them do make it to Africa. You give that to them. But YouTube has become a clown show to where it's just about how many people I can entertain, how many people I can, like literally just entertainment. That's how I see it. So I stay focused on, we have a business enterprise and we just got work to do. And every once in a while I come on late and kind of love YouTube. It's like it's therapy. So we get on and we talk and share things. But beyond that, we got work to do.
Well, there always will be clowns amongst us. I think that's part of how we stayed in slavery so long because we had too many clowns amongst us and it just wasn't enough courage and enough people to break us out of it earlier, hundreds of years earlier. But you will always have saboteurs and clowns and fools around us. So, what can we do?
Yeah, Carlos, it seemed like he's back. He's finished smoking that big flat blunt.
I know.
Yeah, Carla, Lucy heard my breakdown of the Pan-African Deadly Clown Circus, which we call Black YouTube, and then you're the ringmaster. You're here to control these clowns because they're out of control.
And the whole thing is this, right? When we basically talk about this topic, right? I believe that if we're talking about something as serious as going to another country, right? We have to put our A game forward, right? And my whole thing is, I've noticed, right? I didn't catch this. I don't know why I didn't catch this, but I knew this, but I didn't catch it. I didn't want to believe it. That most of the people who are going to Africa, who are doing real big things, you notice they don't associate with people who call themselves Pan-Africanists. They're going over there.
Right.
They like the guy that built that medical center. I don't know if you saw the show the other night. He built a world-class medical center, that's surgical center, and Ghana is going to be the country of medical tourism. Right now, if you need surgery, you got to go outside of Black Africa, And I said to myself, you got to basically give it up for Ghana. So whatever they're doing, right? I didn't see it, right? But whatever Ghana is doing, right? They said they looked at all the countries, right? And this black African-American man, right, convinced major investors, right? Because you got to convince how you're going to have doctors, how you're going to recoup the money. So whatever it was, Ghana delivered, So it's like all the problems that Ghana has, right? To build something, to be able to build something like that, to attract that sort of investment, right? That means Ghana is on the right track somewhere,
Right.
And so I'm saying to myself, now this guy right here, I think it's Anton, whatever his name is. It's called the Luker Medical Center, right? And basically, he's not, on YouTube, right? Like Mr. Rosenthal. Mr. Rosenthal's in the BAIO. I've known him for 12 years, right? And I was the one who basically introduced him to Africa, And basically, he's been to every African country. He established the Gold Bullion Bank in Angola, back in 2017. He's now established the one in the Congo, right? And the TRG Rosenthal Group right now is opening the Gold Bullion Bank in Uganda. You look at my Facebook page, I put some of the gold that's being processed right now. The Gold Bullion Bank, when it's all collected together, the gold can use a 5 times hedge to basically fund infrastructure and on the continent. That's a new thing that's going to set Africa free. So in other words, basically, we can hedge the gold, right? And it's because gold's the precious asset, right? And when we got tons and billion, and Uganda just got a new gold discovery. You not heard about that gold discovery they discovered? So basically, when we start building these more of these gold bullion banks and everything, these he says it's going to create African commodities platforms, trading platforms, financial institutions and stuff like that. Where people could build trust funds and stuff like that. He said, I asked him about options. He said, oh, that's like the basic option trading, stuff like that. So it's going to create a new middle class, a new everything on the African continent, And so, but the thing is, Mr. Rosenthal, he's 77 years old. This man jet sets coast to the continent all the time, builds stuff like that. He's in the BAO and everything, but he's a businessman, He's a businessman and he's connected, Rosenthal opened the first black bank in the state of Mississippi. Okay. He basically helped rebuild parts of Mississippi with housing after Hurricane Katrina, and he was basically, his bank got black people their first mortgage loans and everything, in the Delta region of Mississippi. He's from Vicksburg, Mississippi. But what I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of people on the African continent that come from Black America that are doing real things that I consider real Pan-African work. But they're not basically in the Pan-African drama, and the Pan-African comedy circuit, And what I'm saying is because of YouTube, right, when you ask people about Pan-African, it's a joke. And so when people don't think that Black America has the ability to help Africa, they think we're all over here struggling. They think we're all here getting shot by police. They think we're all gangbangers. Instead of the Pan-African community saying, no, that's not who we are. This is who we are. This is what we do. They'll sit there and go along with it. And they call themselves, I say, look, you can't be a Pan-Africanist and you don't believe in your own people. If you're a Pan-Africanist, you should basically be repping your people. Look at this is what we're doing. Look at the number of people we're putting out in our HBCUs. We got people doing tremendous things. I call it blacks winning, in America. When you keep putting your best forward, right? And your best foot forward and you exemplify the best of who we are, right? That's what you bring to the motherland, Black excellence, to the continent.
Right.
And so what we're saying basically is that, when you look at YouTube, they don't talk about Black excellence. They get in front of Africans and talk about all the problems in Black America and blah, 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 blah. They don't mention all the Black people, all the success in Black America. That's what Africans need to buy into. So Africans are left with the thing is that Black America has all these problems. Well, now let's go to the Chinese. Let's go to the Lebanese. Lebanon's a shithole, Why are they dominating, Oh, the Lebanese, Kala. What was Lebanon? Lebanon, Beirut's a freaking hell on earth. The Lebanese make most of their revenue from Africa.
Yep. They living good in Ghana.
Yeah, they're living good in Liberia. They're living good all over West Africa,
And I spend a lot of money in their restaurants.
Yeah, they got it, They got it. They
Yep.
got it. They got it. That could be us. But,
Yep.
like I said, when Robert Johnson, we got to give him credit. When he built that, African American built a 4-star hotel in Liberia, that was a game changer. It's a black man in America built this, right? That psychologically, that had an effect on Liberians. You know, black man did this, you know. Somebody that looks like
Yep.
them did this. So every time somebody has success, what I see is this. When you got the Indians, the Patels, and all these other people go to a country, right? They'll bring their best to give an impression on the people. Now, the average Lebanese may be scrounging, but they put that major investor out in front of you first to let you know who you dealing with. So you lump all of it. That's what Black America, when we go to Africa, we have to do. We have to rally around our best. You know, and so we can say, look, this is what we can do. This is what we connected with. You know, this is the type of people we're bringing here. And then we're here to add value to your country, you know, and, you know, and provide a win-win situation because we're all Black.
Right. You're right.
So that's
So
what we're talking.
how do you feel about this big movement of celebrities that are all of a sudden taking an interest in Ghana?
Because I have mixed feelings about that, you know.
Me too.
You know they want to basically bring the LGBTQ and all that stuff like this, you know, and instead of this, people telling the truth, the interest in Ghana started as a grassroots movement, right? Now that Ghana is getting up and everything like that, you'll never see Brother Bomani on CNN. You'll never see them say, you know something, we got this Brother Bomani. CNN is right there in Atlanta. They would go and say, look, I'm going to do an expose. That's interest, right? That's news, right? Bomani doing this for 18 years straight, whatnot, you know? That's news. But they don't want to talk. Right. They don't want that to be the face of scoring in Ghana. They were having have Nancy Pelosi, you know? You know? They would rather have Meek Mills. He's going to get
the Ghanaians are hot about that. They're not happy about that Meek Mills thing.
I know. I don't blame them.
And it's an embarrassment. It's really an embarrassment because is this the impression that we want to give Ghanaians about us? They already got propaganda from the television.
Right. And the deadly clowns, right? Instead of us there, we got people talking about Meek Mills in Ghana, Kala. I said, so what? He's driving, he's having a time of his life in Ghana. But Tariq Nasheed's, who the hell is Tariq Nasheed? Who cares? You know, I don't want Tariq Nasheed nor Meek Mills and all this stuff like that, you know, and as a face of us in Africa. You know, that's not what we're here for. He went to the presidential, he was taking pictures in the presidential palace, right? Unauthorized. You know, met with the president with his thing. But you think Meek Mills, when he meets with that dude Kraft and every people that own the Dewey's paper, do you think he's sitting doing like that? No. He's probably with Jay-Z with a suit and tie on, acting proper. There's somebody actually said to me, well, you know, we're all Black folks. So in other words, a president of the country don't deserve the respect of you putting on a suit and tie and meeting with him and following protocol.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
You know? And now that has another. I'm glad this brother brought that up. Girls Trip 2 is going to be filmed in Ghana. They're going to be going after Long Stroke Kwame.
Oh, man. Girls Trip 2 going to be filmed in Ghana? Really?
Yes. Girls Trip 2. Queen Latifah, that Jada Pinkett, and all these other freaking stupid people are going to bring their nonsense and ratchet nonsense to the continent. This is what we're up against.
Oh, God.
We can't escape. Yeah, it's sad. You know, it's sad. This is why we got all these people that's not speaking about this. They got YouTube channels or whatnot. They probably watch who supports this on YouTube. You know, and you know who's real or not.
Yeah, that's a problem. Didn't the first Girls Trip that chick pee on everybody on the zip line?
I didn't see it, but it was basically the women. They were at the stage. The guy pulled his dingling out, and they're all sitting there like this. And Jada Pinkett is like a certified. She says she's a sex addict, whatever. You know, sick. You know, but that's what women, these women in their 50s running around like this. Women in their 50s, like now they're bringing their degeneracy to Africa. Not a movie about Kwame Nkrumah, which is long overdue.
Yeah.
Not a family movie, you know, where somebody going over there on vacation and you find love and people go over there and everything like that. Beautiful movies. I always wondered, why is it that no black movie in America is set on the continent of Africa? You know, none except for Coming to America too, or whatever like that. But none of them set in modern and stuff like that. You know,
they played Woman King. Woman King was released. That was showing in a crowd. And the Panther movie, they showed that too.
Yeah, talk about a modern contemporary movie. Like it could be like you see white people do movies all the time, right? Where they're in France.
Oh, you mean like something similar to like what was that movie Ice Cube did with the children?
Yeah,
Was that Road Trip?
Are we the road trip? Or are we there yet?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Are we there? Yeah. Something like that.
Something like that. Why can't we have something like that? You know, as far as like concerned, wouldn't that be beautiful?
Yeah, they showed not showing Dr. Doolittle and stuff like that in Ghana. No.
It's in Ghana, but they didn't make a Dr. Doolittle in Ghana, did they?
No, I'm just saying they're not even showing those type of movies that we have done in America. They're not really showing those in Ghana.
Right, yeah. They're getting all the hood movies.
Yeah, and white and Asian and all the other stuff.
Hood movies and interracial stuff and LGBTQ stuff and all stuff like this. So they're getting this. They have a false impression of what black people are. You know, we don't give our best. Like I said, we don't export black excellence. You know, and showcase what we are. You know, and then say, okay, on the flip side, you got this, but what they should see of us is our best. Back in the days, Africa had a good impression. Why? Because they used to watch shows like The Cosby Show and The Fresh Prince, you know?
Yeah.
And they had a positive image of Black America. Now look at the image of Black America to them now. They're getting our image from rap videos.
They're supposed it's a Black American brother that was named a chief of development in a Cebu. He's supposed to be building a $350 million film studio in Ghana.
He's part of a Cebu?
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know he was part of a Cebu. I know about that $350 million film studio in Ghana. That's good. And we could turn out quality films. You know, I don't watch Nollywood stuff. Nollywood's garbage. I'm sorry, man. That should be, they should be arrested for making that. Like, dude, you have no filmmaking skills, no set, no drama, no backdrop, no anything, man. That's just horrible, man. You know.
No, they're getting better.
I like watching them when I'm high, because when they disappear in the woods, and then the ghosts pop up and they fly through the sky and they fall down screaming Jesus. I find that to be hilarious. I'm sorry, but it's funny to me.
You know who makes good films? South Africa makes good films, you know?
Yeah, they do.
South Africa.
They do.
I like to see West Africa step their game up as far as filmmaking, you know? I know there's stories. There's a lot of stories that you can tell when I showcase your country is, you know, stuff like that, you know, filmmaking stories, you know? And I just think and also to do so, they'll capture a bigger audience, you know, outside of Africa, you know.
That's true. Well, Netflix is definitely capitalizing on that, because there's a lot of African movies and Nigerian stuff
Another African
on Netflix.
The Quality Network, the Quality TV. You ever seen that? Quality. The Quality TV. Yeah, they have a thing. They have a lot of indie black films from all over Africa. They're really, really good. You know, good quality film, good storyline, stuff like that. You know, and stuff like that. So, and Netflix too. But nothing like on the big screen yet.
Bomani laughing at the Nigerian films. Don't do that. Somebody gonna get mad.
Yeah, people always get mad at us. But I got Kyle, I got a comment for you right here. I got a comment for both of you right here.
The
Okay,
problem,
yeah, because I can't see the comments.
okay, the problem I have about brothers, sisters, that's is like they complain too much. Other colored people just come to Africa, good thing, benefit. You should come, please. Yeah, we want, like I said, we want that too, but those other people are organized. Black people in America talk about the community, Ubuntu, but as soon as they step off that plane in Africa, it's every man for himself. All that Ubuntu and community and everything that just disappears once we get to Africa. I never understand that. Like, damn, man. Nobody working together, nobody living together, nobody building together, and nobody pooling their money together and stuff like that. And so other people, the Indians and all these people, they know how to survive outside their country because they have rules, they have structure, they have organization. We black people in America, we haven't learned that yet. When people come to America, right, you got your little, and Staten Island, you got your little Monrovia out there. You got your little Senegal, you got your little Haiti. People just
Mm-hmm.
band together to help each other. Black America should be the same thing. You go to a country, we should have our own enclaves and places, that we congregate. That's saying that
Nope.
we do that and they hate, we're hating the local people. No, it's not. It's just that we have to be together in numbers, to protect ourselves.
Yep. We all spread out all over the continent, but I'm gonna speak particularly on Ghana because that's where I live. We're all spread out. And if something happens to one of us and it's an emergency, most of us are an hour to 4 hours away from each other. And if you don't have your own vehicle, you are in trouble. And that's something that a lot of AAs were saying to me when I was like, yo, let's put our money together and get a repatriation house. Let's get a house with a bunch of with 10 bedrooms. So when people come to stay, they'll have a place to stay until we can pool our money together and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And nobody really wanted to do that because, oh, well, I don't want to live in this city. Oh, I don't want to live with other African Americans. I want to live amongst the people. Well, you don't know these people. You don't speak their language. Like, how can you go and live in the village amongst people that you know nothing about?
Lucy, I
That's
got
not safe.
I gotta ask you a question, right? This is basically
What's up?
my thesis of what I've been talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
My thesis is there's a lot of people who secretly hate themselves as African Americans, right? And just like some of them become black conservatives, some of them become this, that, the other thing. I believe that a lot of people are using Pan Africans for the same reason. Well, I just want to go to Africa and live among the people. They're escaping from their who they are, you know.
Right.
And so that's been my thing. I said you never hear anybody, you never hear an immigrant come over here and say, I'm not gonna hang around other Liberians, man. I'm just gonna. They basically understand they're Liberians. They're gonna be their community, their people. They come from the same situation. Why is it about
Right.
Black America that basically they go out of their way to show that disdain for their own kind? I don't understand that.
I don't know. I don't understand it either.
Yeah, but you noticed it,
I don't
right?
understand it either. Oh, definitely. I mean, I've had people tell it to me right to my face, like, "Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to live amongst Black Americans. I want to live amongst the people. I didn't come to Ghana to live around Black Americans." It's like, "Oh, okay. Well, who you gonna have to talk to? Because it gets really lonely.
Yeah, it does.
It gets really, really lonely. Okay, when you want to laugh at a Martin Lawrence episode,
Right.
and they don't understand the humor.
Yeah, Sanford son. Or you want to talk about a song. Remember that song from back in the days, and you want to vibe with somebody, and say, yeah,
Right.
remember that, a song with that. I mean, it's so much of learning Afro beats and everything. That's good, the African culture and everything. But you want to be around people that you can fellowship with, and people understand you. They understand why you think certain things or why certain things. Some things don't trigger Africans like they do us, right? Like you told me the time when you saw a white man that was with a young girl. Remember that? The story you told me?
Right, right. Yep.
As an
And
African
it triggered
American,
me. But for them, they don't,
they
yeah.
don't. Go ahead. Go ahead, sister. Say it.
Oh no, I was gonna say they don't think anything of it. They think it's a come up. They think it's a good thing. But we looking like, oh no, she's in danger. She's in danger.
Yeah, yeah. And so we have a way of thinking, way of seeing the world. You know, we have a way of
Hmm.
seeing the world. And the bottom line, we can't lose who we are. Because what that'll do is rather retard our mind, you know? And you all your life, you know it ain't right for you to see a grown man's, particularly a white man, with a kid on his lap or not. You know that's not right. You know, so you're gonna act on
Yeah.
it. No, you're gonna act on no. That don't jive with me. I'm not gonna be like, well, people say, and there's been a lot of Africans say, well, that's how we do it in Africa. No, you know better.
Right.
You
Right.
know better.
Hmm. I'll tell you this too, brother, and a lot of quote unquote Pan Africanists do not like it when I say this, but spending so much time in Ghana and my time in Ghana has made me appreciate my culture as a Black American even more. I hear a lot of fools say that Black Americans don't have a culture, but we do.
You do.
We have things that we identify with. We have music and food and just how we associate with each other, how we talk to each other, like the camaraderie between us. It is very, very different from Ghanaian culture. And we're all Black. Yes, we're brothers and sisters. Yes, we share the same ancestors. Yes, but we are different, just like Fantis are different from Yorubas, and Yorubas are different from Hausa. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have a tribe. We
Yeah,
have a tribe. We don't look at ourselves that way, but
yeah.
we
We're
should,
trying.
because every other group of Black people, they have their tribe, they have their people, they have their folk,
Yeah.
and it's nothing
Yeah,
wrong with that.
why do people feel that's the number one thing I see in the Pan Africa right now is that people are threatened by African Americans identifying as a group. They'll say, "Oh, you
And,
can't be around
and
other
it's not
African."
about, let me say this too before people go crazy. It's not about being separate. It's not about saying, oh, we're different and we're not the same. No, it's not about that. It's about appreciating our differences. Appreciating our differences and loving ourselves for who we are, because then we can share cultures, we can share things within each other's cultures.
Yeah, they want us to erase our identity. You know, and that's one problem I had. I agree with my brother Danny Samir. You know, he wants to be a Yoruba and all stuff like that, and basically diminishing and telling Black America just and bigging up Africa all the time. I was like, look, we could bring our culture, the best of our culture. If you know our culture, they say, what was Black American culture? That's what happens when you don't grow up in Black America, Black African American culture. And there's a lot of
Right.
people who never grew up in Black African American culture, right? Never went to the churches, never went to a mosque, never went to a 7 day, whatever it is in our culture, never went to Black institutions. And so never socialized around Black people growing up and everything, never have
Mhm.
a language, a lingo, stuff like this. And so therefore never basically was on code in a Black culture. And then what's dangerous is they go to Africa, basically, like, and they, so always associate Black American culture with all the negativity, you know. But what's going to
Right.
happen is when they go to Africa, right, and they got to live in a place 24 hours a day, and they'll come back, they're going to see a lot of the negativity that they thought was only in our culture there too, you
Oh,
know.
what you mean, like pouring it out for the homies, which they call it pouring libations,
They're
or they
libations.
give each other fist bumps, which we call it giving dap.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of
Oh
similarities,
yeah.
a lot of similarities in Africans like that worldwide. That's something that's never been broken. In fact, back in the
That's
day,
right.
Liberia was founded, right? And despite the fact people say, "Oh, they didn't have Africans," they were Africans. The returnees were Africans because they would recognize certain drum beats, right? And they knew certain the
Hmm.
rhythms certain drum beats meant they were about to be attacked. You know, that gave them an advantage over Europeans who lived in Africa, right? Because Europeans didn't understand African drums. The African Americans, right, even removed from the continent, knew what drum beats, what drum stuff, even the mock dancing. You could tell where.
Hey, that's the base of our music. That's the
Yeah.
base of our music is the drum.
The drum. And so therefore we had that still in us to this day. Our music, everything is derived from Africa. You know, people are African American culture is just another derision of African culture.
Yep.
You know, our language,
It is.
our stuff like that. You know, our dances put everybody dancing to shame. The old dances from Harlem and stuff like that. You know, and they put everybody to shame. The rhythms, the beats, everything like that. You know, we influence the whole world. The jazz, everything like that. You know, and so therefore that's African. Because white people used to call it rock and roll jungle music, you know? You know?
Jigaboo music.
Jigaboo music. Look at jigaboo music. What's that? This man saying you're African, you know? But suddenly when we go to Africa and whatnot, like, oh man, that's not African. That's, you know, so the white man telling us it's African, and we're doing our music and everything like that. We have our own swag, our own style. We're not, you're telling us stuff, our swag is not African, you know? You know?
No, they tell us it's ghetto and ratchet.
Yeah, it's ghetto and ratchet, you know. But the bottom line is this, you know. I see African people, women doing the same thing, the twerking and everything like that. You know, you've seen it, you know. But with them, it's culture, you know. Us is just being ghetto and ratchet, you know. It's just the disrespect that we allow is got to stop. That's what we're saying. The deadly clowns, you know. These people get on YouTube and the Africans that hate us, right? They're in the Pan-African circles talking about us, talking down to us, talking down to our women, Afrodamas, calling our women ratchet and ghetto and stuff like that, you know. And you got dumb people that call themselves Pan-Africans agreeing with them. You know.
You talking about that Negro pen dude up in the UK somewhere?
That's not him. There's another guy called he calls himself Afrodamas.
It's another idiot. Oh
yeah,
Lord.
Yeah. I'll go to him. He goes Afrodamas. You know, we call him Afrodumbass. You know, you know.
Oh Lord.
His show is all about African American. Basically, he's Nostradamus telling Africans about African Americans coming to Gambia, coming to Ghana, and all that. He's another Negro-pean clown type clown, you know. And
so is he from the West or is he continental?
No, he's from Gambia, but he lives.
So he's homegrown. He's homegrown. He's homegrown and he lives on our territory talking shit.
Right. But you gotta understand something. They don't consider America our territory. That's how disrespectful.
Who is they? Who is they?
People think like them. They come to America. They live off the benefits that we fought for and everything, and they basically shit on black people in America. You know, well, this ain't your country. Oh, really?
Well,
you know?
I don't really want to go down that road because I can say some really, really sharp things. But you can't be a homegrown and then come to a foreign land and talk shit about the born citizens there. You cannot do that. If you don't want us to do that in your land, don't come and do it in the land that we were born in.
But Sister Lucy, let me tell you something.
That's a problem.
There's a lot of people. My brother Dinah Samir, Brandon, Pan Strike Back. That's exactly what they do. They give these people permission to talk shit about us 24 hours a day and about America, right? But yet when we can't talk about.
No, see, they can't do that. See, I'm the type of Negro that will have those type of Negroes deported. Because see, you can't deport me from America, but you can be deported. So they need to remember where they are. Because this is a white man's land over here, and he don't care where you come from, Negro. If they could deport us, they would.
Oh, they would. Of course they would.
So they need to watch how they talking, because it don't take nothing but one phone call to ICE. They don't understand that. Now I hate to say it like that because I mean it goes the same way on the other end when I'm in Ghana. But see, I respect the people. I don't go over there talking shit. I don't make videos on my YouTube channel down on the people, even though I have grievances. I have grievances, but
Right.
I don't spread them publicly. I don't talk about them publicly.
Right.
I don't try to embarrass the people and try to shit on them and try to make it seem like it's the whole country that did these things to me.
Right.
You know? So no, that's unacceptable. You don't do that. We need to have mutual respect for each other, and all of them are off code.
Right. That's what we're talking about tonight. People off code. People basically think Pan-Africanism means that you can shit on Black America and shit on Black America, say we ain't shit, or whatever like that. But when you come to Africa, you got to have all this respect and reverence and all this stuff like that. But everybody could just talk shit about us 24 hours a day, say we're nothing, to denigrate our women. You know, Black women are the most people, highest number of people who are getting college degrees right now, right? But so why are they calling our women Section 8 and welfare mothers and all shit like that? Why are they doing that?
Because
know?
they're jealous that they're women. They're jealous that they don't have those type of social programs in their own country.
Right.
That's why.
Right.
It's all about jealousy.
Yeah.
I have no desire to step foot in the Gambia right now. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. And I'm not going to say why, because I don't want to piss anybody off, but there's nothing there that's making me say, ooh, I want to come, because I feel like what's in the Gambia is in Ghana.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So I'll check the Gambia in maybe about 20 years. Maybe that's when I'll swing around to the Gambia. So while he's sitting in America eating fat off of, our great Democratic president that's opening the social programs wide open for everybody except us, he needs to tread softly before he has to go back to his own country.
Yeah, you should go on this channel and tell them that, you know? You know, you should go to this channel and tell them that.
I don't have time for the buffoonery. I got so many. Man, look, I'm flying out. I'm flying back out to Ghana in 2 days. So, he can waste his time sitting on the internet,
When you come into
shitting on the
Liberia?
people that are feeding him. I was gonna come last year, but it just didn't work out that way. The inflation in Ghana was killing me, and I had all 3 of my children with me, and it was just, man, I just couldn't make the moves like I wanted to. But I want to try for the end of this year.
Yeah, okay. Let me know. I got people and hook you up with places to stay and everything, real nice and everything like that. Show you around. I got the BAO. We have a BAO chapter in Liberia. You know. And so
Okay,
on the ground, you got BAO members. You know, people think like us. You know, so
that's
we get
good.
plenty of people over there that think like us. Liberians Liberians are so much like us, man. It's like you don't have.
Oh, they are,
It's so much like
brother.
us.
Where I live. You right. You right. Where I live in Ghana, I live down the street from the Liberian camp. I don't live far from the Liberian camp, so my neighbors are Liberians. Like, I'm definitely, man. My Liberian neighbor made me some split pea soup one day, and I about fell out. I was like, oh my God, this is so good.
Mhm.
Mashed potatoes. They eat just like how we eat.
They have our same
Like,
cuisine, man. You got when you go to Liberia, you got to go to this place. What's the name of it? Go Black went there. I went there. It's on 16th Street. What's it called? I forgot what it's called. I'm getting old. You know what I'm saying? But this place is good. The food there, 5 different types of rice. You know, it's soul food and African food mixed together. You know,
oh wow.
what's the name of the place? I can't think of it right now, off the top of my head. But it's the Liberian cuisine. You feel like you're in the deep south with cornbread, macaroni and cheese, potatoes, salad, greens, whatnot. And they mix it with
Oh my goodness.
fish, the African fried fish, the African baked fish, broiled fish. They got lobster, they got everything, big ass shrimp. Liberian food is so
What?
good. The spice, and also they give you these spices, right? Like we're known for
Mm-hmm.
spices. Some of the spices are hot, but I like putting the spices in my rice, white rice. It spices up really good, And the food is so freaking fantastic. And the people there, when you go to Liberia, you think you're in America. You think you're in let's say Detroit, or something like that. Because the people, the way they dress and act. You got the the African culture, right? And you got the modern culture where people speak and act like us, you know. And so it's a beautiful country. People are really peaceful, quiet, and everything like that. Everybody's nice, you know. Liberia is like a heaven. It's like heaven on earth, man. Hopefully I'll be there next month, you know.
We don't need a visa. We don't need a visa to go there, right?
You need a visa, you know. You need a visa, but it's easy to get a visa. You just
What?
get a visa, and it lasts
Why
for
do
like.
we need a visa? Why do we need a visa to go to Liberia?
Yeah, that's true. They're working on that, right? They're working on that. The government's working on that, where they're trying to make it so that African Americans can come without a visa. You know, they're working on that. You know, and so Liberia is a country founded by African Americans, and last year they celebrated 200-year return. Right, it was big. You know, artists came from all over the world, and things celebrating the first landing of the African Americans on Providence Island. So it was a whole year of festivities and stuff like that, you know? And so it was
Oh
really,
wow.
there's a lot of people. Liberia's going to be the next Ghana. Trust me, you know? They're getting into the
I hope not. I hope Liberia be Liberia. I don't want any other nation to become the next anything of Ghana. Let Ghana
Yeah.
be Ghana.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying when I say Ghana, I
'Cause
mean like Ghana tapped into the Pan-African world spirit, you know? I give them that. You know, they tapped into the Pan-African spirit. I don't know how, you was over there, so I don't know how deep it is, but, you know, but they did market themselves as a place of return, you know?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they did. That you said it correctly. They marketed themselves as a place of return for Pan-Africanism. Yes. Correct statement.
But Liberia is a place you can own land and property without having a citizenship. You don't have to have partners and everything. You can open up a business. You can do all that in Liberia. You know, if you're if you're black, that's the one thing. You know,
Okay.
you can open up a business. The only thing about it, your corporation will cost you a little bit more money. That's it, because you're a foreigner. But you can open up a business. You can buy businesses. You can buy property. You don't have to go through all the things of having a citizenship or partner. And so there's a lot of African Americans in the BAO that's in Liberia right now, building houses and stuff like that, you know, investing and
Yeah,
doing
I
something,
heard.
you know.
Hmm.
So it's a really peaceful country, you know. You're part of Africa, you know. We go like, it's Africa made easy. That's why I call it Africa made easy, you know. So we hope to be building communities over there like we're building in Jigazi, you know, in Liberia. You know, you already got Liberians who are building these nice communities over there, right? And they're trying to attract
Hmm.
African Americans to come there and buy houses. You could buy a nice house in Liberia for like $30,000, a real nice, you know, real nice 3-bedroom, not brand new, you know, built, you know, in a
Do we need an invitation?
no, not
Do we need
really.
an invitation for the visa? Oh, okay.
Oh,
Well,
yeah, you
shoot,
gotta
for
have somebody.
real.
You gotta have somebody on the ground inviting you, right? But we got people in the BAO you can hook up with, you know. They'd be like, yo,
Okay.
sign off for you. That's all you need, you know, somebody that you know on the ground. Already got the people in the BAO. That's a good social network. Just join the Liberian chapter, you know, and in the BAO, and Liberian chapter and stuff like that. And you just hook up with people. But my guy Ross and whatnot, you know, and he'll help you out wherever you want to get. He can even get you a piece of property if you want it, you know, and stuff like that, you know. So if
Okay.
you're ever interested, but Liberia's a nice place. And what me and Bomani talk about is, why is there a highway that you could drive from Liberia to Ghana? You know, that's like, I would say, from New York to, let's say, South Carolina. That ain't that far. There should be an interstate highway that we could travel from one country to another. You know, it should not be this hard. You know,
Right.
it should be
Right. Especially with the way the flights are costing, because they charging astronomical prices to fly into Accra now.
right. You know, so you
And
should be
so people are starting to divert
able
their flights and
you should be able to
fly to other places.
and drive to Ghana. You know, wouldn't that be
That's
nice?
true.
You know,
Hmm.
you can go into Europe, right, and drive throughout Europe. You know, a highway system. You can go to Milan and drive to
Or a
Germany
train.
or
Or
train.
a train.
Take the train.
Hmm.
Oh, that's why we created the Black African infrastructure. Let people start thinking. Our problem is infrastructure. Infrastructure will create
Hmm.
jobs, middle class, everything. Travel, leisure. It should not be this hard.
Nope. Nope, it shouldn't. But corrupt leaders,
Yep.
they're the ones holding the bag.
Yep. And I'm too like this. I don't think we should have to keep kissing these so-called leaders' ass. I don't like that. I think the African Americans, we have leaders here that that's why Bomani and I are working together, right? And we should have our people. Okay, if Dr. Arikana, wherever say it like this, talk to Bomani and Kala. I have a network. Bomani has a network. We're working together, and we all come under one banner. We should have one front. We can't let people who aren't like you said, our way. We know our people. Bomani, me. We know who our people are, so we know what's good for them. So we can't have people like I know because Dr. Arikana or Dr. Mumbi, but they're not our people. We have our own tribe. We have people have our own issues and concerns. What might not be important to them is, okay, you Black African American, I understand what you're talking about. We understand each other. We're people. And that's what makes you feel proud, doesn't it? That you realize you're a people,
Oh yeah.
You realize you're a people.
Don't
Black American. You come back loving your people more when you come back from Africa, These are my people.
Boy, I tell you, it was a shock. This last time I was in Ghana for 9.5 months, and to come back and see Neanderthals, it was like a shock to the system. It was like I was like, whoa, like oh man, I had to adjust myself. It was a reverse culture shock a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got to deal with. That's what we got to deal with. But in the meantime, right, while we're here, we got Black people who are succeeding. We got Black people who open businesses and everything like that. Those are the type of people that want to basically be like, yeah, come over to Liberia, come over to Ghana, come over to this country, and let's, and then when we go over there, whether it's to live or visit, whatever like that, we're being respected. We're not coming over here. Well, lost children, please help us. Everything. No, we got, we got our stuff together. The foreigners in Africa don't act like that. They don't treat them like that. The Indians know, okay, something goes wrong, they go back to India, okay, or go to another African country. We shouldn't act like we're helping. And that's why it's important that we organize and be with each other on the ground, and connect out what we're doing with our institutions back here. It's just basic stuff. So therefore, people know. And I don't believe Africans, some of them will do what's wrong. But, if we're not organized and we're not together, we can't fight against that, People will try you. If they feel you're weak, whatever, it's just human nature. It's nothing in Ghana. If you went to Japan, it'd be the same way. If you look weak and helpless and by yourself and everything, you're going to draw those type of energy to you.
Shoot, if you go from Virginia to New York.
Right, New York. You go, like I say, I can go to any place in America. If people find out, oh, you're just here, you don't have no family here and everything, how do you think that's going to turn out? That's the same thing in America among our own people. You always go to a place and be like, yo, yeah, I got my family here and whatever like that, and let people know you got people here. Oh yeah, I got people here. Oh yeah, okay. They go, oh okay. I don't need to show you around. No. I got somebody that can drive me. I got somebody to do this. What else you want to talk about? Oh, I know what way to get the job. I got jobs lined up, whatever like that. I don't need your help in that regard. But what else is on your mind?
Exactly.
That's just human nature. When you go any place, and the people say, I'm good. No, I'm good, man. I got it. I'm good. You never go someplace, I don't know nothing. Please guide me around. And you look lost. You're going to draw that sort of to you. Now, I'm seeing a lot of people going to a place like Tanzania making that mistake. They go to one guy, I don't mean to laugh, but it's one girl on YouTube was talking about that. She said, yeah, it was in the comments. One lady was like, yeah, these people basically every day to do anything, it was like I had to keep giving 100 here, 100 there, $20 there. And next thing you know, when money ran out, they were gone. And I was like, man, that happens a lot, But that happened. That's not a no reflection on Tanzania. That's a reflection on the fact that you get with desperate people, and they're gonna try to use you to beg, because it's rough, man. People trying to make a dollar. People trying to make a living. And if you look like you're vulnerable or whatever like that, they're gonna do it. The Bag family found out, but Ricky, you see Ricky and them, they're still there. They weathered all the storm. They had everything thrown at them, but they're still sticking with it. But they went through a lot. People scamming them, people not doing stuff and everything. That's just the way it is. Any country you go to, you're gonna find those sort of problems. You're gonna find those sort of problems. It's any other thing. That's why it's good that you're around people. You should know people on the ground and everything, who you can rely on, who you can call, who you're with, and everything like that. And so you're safe. That's just common sense.
Yep. Absolutely correct. You got to know how to move.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Appreciate both your energy and dropping the wisdom and knowledge for people to be clear about these things. So if you want to continue, you can continue. And if you want to say final words, you can say final words.
Yeah, I gotta get up.
We're almost at that close to that 4-hour mark. But
Yeah,
yes, appreciate you dropping all the jewels, the gem, and educating people about that movement since you lived that life. So that's what we do, family. Everything we do is based on experience.
Oh, no problem, no problem. I appreciate y'all having me. Yeah, I need to skedaddle too. I gotta finish packing so I can take that flight.
Where you flying on? What airline? If you tell us.
This time I'm going to do TAP Portugal because it's the cheapest flight right now. So this will be my first time flying with TAP. So we'll see.
Well, the good thing is that your flight go from DC to
Portugal.
I'm trying to remember the airport in Portugal.
And then when you go Portugal to Ghana.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
It's not a bad option, especially if you're in the DC area.
Yeah.
You flying out of Dulles or Reagan?
No, Washington Dulles.
Dulles, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Directly to Portugal and Portugal to Ghana. I've seen that route before.
It's either that or Turkish Airlines, and I ain't really about doing no long 22-hour layover in Istanbul. No, thank you.
That's the issue in Turkey. They be trying to get you to overnight there. You know what I mean? And you be like, "Oh, boy, you trying to get me to overnight in Turkey? You trying to be up to something?" And I don't want to be overnight nowhere. I want to get to the airport and get my connection flight and get up out of Europe.
Right. And I also thought about flying out of JFK because JFK, Kenya Airways has a flight to Accra too, but they have a 10-hour layover in Nairobi, which I wouldn't mind doing that. I don't mind having a long layover in another African nation. But
do they give you a hotel or you gotta stay in the airport?
No, you can get a transit visa and leave the airport and do safaris and all that stuff. They have safaris set up for that long layover. So I see, Kenya was smart. They got that long layover. They've got 4-hour safaris where you can go and do the little safari, do little activities, and come back and catch a flight. So I think that's pretty cool. But I'm going to handle business, so I don't really have time for these long layovers. I need to get over there and get back. And I'm not giving United Airlines $3,000 for no one-way flight.
Yeah, there you go. You got the deal working. That's going to be the best deal.
Mm-hmm.
So that's perfect, man. So you just got back and you're heading back.
Yeah. Delta got a flight too, but they want to look pretty penny too.
Delta lately.
Because they're the cheapest for a round trip right now.
Yeah, but everybody complain about the service on Delta,
It's terrible, but they don't have to up their service because they know them and United Airlines. They know they're the only American airlines that have direct flights to where we're going, which is Accra.
Well, no, that's Liberia. They go to Brussels, in France.
Yeah, but United and Delta are the only ones that have direct flights to Accra. and that's why they're so expensive. When
There you go.
Bomani took me back in 2018, the flights were $650 round trip on South African Airlines. That's the route I was taking. South African Airlines out of Delta. It's a red eye. I got there in 9.5 hours direct round trip. Now I'd be lucky if I can get $650 one way.
Yes, a lot different. It's just based on the season that you use. You just got to work the seasons, and kind of look and see when the flights are really low. But when you got to make a move, you got to make a move.
Yep. But I appreciate y'all, brothers, tonight. Y'all stay on these clowns' necks.
Yeah, we
You know.
Yeah, we're staying
Black
on.
Power.
Kala and his deadly clowns.
Peace, y'all.
Peace.
All right, thank you, sister. All right, yes, Kala.
I love Sister Lucy. You know, that's what I'm talking about. She's a soldier, man. You know, love Sister Lucy. BAIO Queen, you know. She's like the queen mother of the BAIO, you know. Queen mother right there. You know, she goes to Africa and whatnot. She's holding us down. This is a black nationalist movement, you know. Like you said, man, you got to respect your people. You got to respect Black America. You got to do that, you know. If you can't respect the Black America, if that's off the table, then we ain't got no deal, you know. You got to respect our ancestors who built what they built. They came before us and did all this stuff, you know. Got to respect Black America, you know.
I got coming for you, man.
Okay, exactly. The issue I have with Diane. Yeah, Diane and Pan. And I love those two brothers. Diane and Pan have Strike Back. But these are younger guys. They basically got into the movement, right? Listen, you know, they really got education. Listen to me. Maybe I didn't put that up there. Maybe because I talk about Black America a lot with the Deadly Clowns, and people, I gave the impression that's okay. But it's turned into something really dangerous, you know? You know, and while we're building Africa, I never said shit on Black America, you know? I never said that. You know, I still Black America. This America is the best place for Black America, right? But we're expanding in Africa. We can invest in Africa and build a future, you know. But you don't have to hate Black America or hate your life in America to embrace Africa, because what you're not only are what you're going to Africa for, the problems that you think you're escaping, right? It won't be follow you there. It's sitting on the shore waiting for you. You know, that same problem you see, that nigga demon, you know, and his cracker is a nigga, it's a cracker, and the nigga demon just tormenting you, you know, everything, you know, and you hate it, whatever, that relationship, whatever, that's just going to find yourself, you still be waiting for you in Africa. But when you know yourself and you know who you are and everything, you can go to any country and let people respect you and stuff like that. But when you start shitting on your ancestry and who you are or our ancestors, what they fought for, yeah, they wanted integration, they wanted civil rights and everything. Let's respect that. You know? Now we want something different. We want something more. We can have both. But you don't have to basically shit on our achievements and accomplishments in America to try to push Africa. That's the problem I have, you know? What are Dr. Mumbi's views regarding African American like that? Because Dr. Mumbi, you know, I mean, I Brandon's cool too. I like Brandon too, but you know, it's, you know, Brandon, hopefully, you know, he matures and understand where we're coming from, and we're not, you know, he could still be something if he really gets into this movement and really learns what we're talking about, you know. He says Dr. Mumbi's views regarding Africa engagement with the continent. Dr. Mumbi, right? I remember her back in the 90s, right? People don't realize this, right? I've known about her back in the 90s. She's from Kenya, right? And she was in a black magazine. I remember her. She was talking about Kenyans and African Americans, how African Americans friends, how racism. It's just some real catty stuff. I didn't really like her back then. Then when she popped up now, I'm like, oh, I remember this lady. You know, she was like a young lady back in there. She was going to HBCU, and she'll talk about, well, Black Americans this, Black America that, whatever like that, you know. As far as the BAO objectives, right, it seems that there's nobody on the African side already to the thing that we want. It's all about what, like I said, it's a power. People want black people to come to Africa, but they not discussing power. They're not discussing the fact that if we build enclaves and build communities and everything like that, who's going to run this stuff? And it seems like everything's set up to basically say, okay, we want your money, Black America, you want it, like that, but we don't benefit. Show me how we benefit from all this, right? Okay, we come to the continent, right? We're just giving all our money, giving all stuff like that, but what are we building? No, people don't really understand something. And when she makes comments like, "Oh yeah, America," it's like we still live in this country. We still got to deal with the white man. We still got to do like that for any foreseeable future. You know, and we're really serious about building Africa, right? And we need to start building the industrial zones. We need to start linking up our institutions together. No one's talking on that level. No one's talking on that level. And so the objective of the BAO is ultimately to build African American diaspora, slave descendants, communities in Africa that's self-sufficient, that we could plug into the diaspora. We should have our trade zones. We should have all the stuff like that. We should have our technology centers and everything. We should have our own social network sites, you know, and sites that we have trading platforms on. We should have our own eBay. We should have our own Alibaba. There was a black-owned, African-owned thing like Alibaba. I don't know what happened to it, right? You know, you heard about it? It was like Africans were exchanging goods and stuff like that. I don't know what happened to it, right?
No.
It was a trading platform where Africans, you know, you could buy African, but I think it collapsed because, you know, it's, you know, logistics in Africa is really, really bad. But we should have our own trading platforms, you know. African Americans should be able to, right, be able to invest in. Someone should design a stock exchange platform in a neutral country, something like Liberia, right, where you can invest there, and that stock exchange linked to all the exchange on the continent. So therefore, we have our own security firms and everything like that, you know, trading. You know, same thing the Jews do. You got Jews all throughout America, right, have investments in the Israeli stock exchange. Those are things that we need to be talking about. But, you know, when Africans start talking like that, you know, they're not talking Pan-African. They're talking about what they could do with Europe and stuff like that. Africans could help themselves, you know, with African monetary zone and African trade zone and stuff like that. I don't know what happened with the African free trade zone. You know, that was supposed to be coming online 2 years ago. Remember that African free trade zone? You know,
Yes.
I don't know what happened to it. You know, no one talks about it anymore. Sad. You know, sad. You know. Okay, let's see. So I said, Dynasty School, right. So Lucy, do you love your comments? Do you have a YouTube channel? Yeah, she has a channel called My Backyard. I think that's her channel right there, My Backyard. You know, by this time, so Pan-Africa at this time have different meanings. Crucible now, it means we need a common goal. Yes, we do need common goals. Education is important. You know, we talked about in the last show how most of the instructions, anything is written in the colonial language. You know, so therefore, if you want any sort of power in Africa, you got to speak the colonial language. That what that does is that tethers the French people to France forever. You know, no country's ever stepped out and say, let's make Wolof the official language. Paul Kagame got rid of French as official language, right? And the French have been after him ever since. How dare he? And he made English official language, right? Which he's moving towards Swahili and some local languages over a generation of time. So therefore, you know, language and stuff like this, you know, these are things we need to discuss. As long as we're under this European system and stuff like that, you know, we're never going to get any place. As long as Africa still looks at Europe as a thing. And lastly, I want to say this. When African governments, the people, like I said a couple of weeks ago, a nation, right? And this is what Dr. Mumby don't understand. a nation of people have a soul. Soul have a will, a collective will. We're Black African Americans are a nation with a soul, with no body, no land, no government, no infrastructure. That government and infrastructure nation, right, can enforce its will, whether it's war, whether it's sanctions, diplomatic stuff like this. Black America have no power. So we're the only group of people, 45 million of us, right? Strong, powerful people, and our will is tethered to whatever the will of white America is. And we've grown up. And when we see us making moves in Africa, that's us basically stepping out of America's shadow. And so we're not going to step out of America's shadow just to go into somebody else's shadow. I wish the Ghanaians, the Kenyans, all these people a lots of luck. But like Lucy was saying, we have certain things that we want. We have certain things that we desire. We're a people. A people have a will. We have certain things that we want to see. Certain things. We want our own relationship with China. We don't know what that is. Our relationship with China is through the United States. Ghana has a relationship with China. That's with the Ghanaian people. That's not our relationship with China. Nigeria has a relationship with China. We don't. We can't just go to a country and say, you know something, whatever you guys struck with China, we're cool with it. No. We have different ways to see in the world. We don't see China the way a lot of brothers and sisters in Africa sight China. We remember when we were sending them food and aid and stuff like that decades ago. So we're not on the same wavelength as far as like this. India, when I was a kid, we used to send the world missionary. We used to send, my mother and father adopted an Indian girl in India in a village, you know, and we used to send money to India, to Christian charities. Now you telling me this same Indian is going to rule over me in Africa, dominate over me? There's no way in the world, Black, as an African American, Black American, you know, all the greatness that we do, we're going to settle for that.
Well, that's what they're doing there. That's exactly how it's working.
You know, I can't look at an Indian and say, oh, well, thank you for rescuing us. You kidding me? We were sending you guys money back in the 70s when y'all was going through drought and famine and stuff like that, you know? When y'all Hindus were starving and shit like that. We were sending money to you. You know, Black churches were sending money to y'all asses. Now we got to sit back and watch y'all tower over us in Africa? Are you kidding me? That's why the idea of an Afrikstan, we build our own territories and stuff like that, is so vital and important. So we can bring the best of who we are and show the world who we are. That has to be on the table, folks. Now, we can all go to different countries in Africa and have a good time. But long term, we need to basically look at governing ourselves. And then we govern ourselves, then you can make the case for reparations. When you have your own state, your own flag, your own government, everything, then you can say, hey, look, this is what you owe us and everything. Because you have a government that has your back. You know? Also, the BAO objective of Afrikstan is one of many objectives. Can it be met with current Africa and Ghana, Lebanese, based on Echo? I mean, it can, but like I said, the African Americans in Ghana, like Lucy said, don't want nothing to do with us. I don't want nothing to do with no African Americans. Whatnot. You know, you gotta navigate. I don't want to be no African American. I want to be. He's an old fool. It's not like you're saying you want that one thing. If you're in a country, right, you're part of that country anyway. But if you basically have your own echo zones and trade zones and stuff like that, even your own mini airport and stuff like that, you know, and trade depots and trade other one that, you're not only helping the country, right, you're helping yourself. And these other people, they go in Africa building their own community. You're going to go to places where you're going to be like, oh, you can't go there. There's all Lebanese living there. There's all Chinese living there. Because people who are organized get stuff done. No sane person goes any place and leaves the country and is not organized. Yeah. Kala, thank you, Chris. Correct. It serves no purpose that black people to move to Africa just to be second-class citizens, acceptable because they're black. They got to be acceptance on both. Yeah. You know, you go to a country, you're second-class citizens. You have no vote, you have no political say, you have no political power, you have nothing. How do you enforce your will? Well, you got to enforce your will in America. Let's look at it like this. Raphael Warnock, because of the black vote in Georgia, right? He holds power in the U.S. Senate. He has a key vote in the U.S. Senate. That's power. The U.S. Senate is the most powerful government body in the world. Black people in America control all the major cities in America. And I think a lot of the crime you see is because the police are rebelling against black rule in cities like Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia, and stuff like that. You got black people in power, but you got white supremacists trying to undermine them by letting the crime escalate. So people say, "Oh, look how black people, they can't run shit." That's what they did with David Dinkins, and they got Rudy Giuliani in there. Crime was actually going down under Dinkins. So we have basically like that, you know, black people in America have a lot of power. Like in Portsmouth, Virginia, you go to the city council meeting, all black people there fighting, you know, cursing each other out. They run that city. It's a major city in Virginia, the largest port on the the fourth largest port on the East Coast. That's a black-run city. That's power. Newport News, black-run city, power. So we go to Africa, right? We're giving up a lot, you know. Black people go down there to Civic League. No, this is what I think. This is what I think. In Africa, you have no say over anything. So we have to build our own municipalities and territories in Africa, right? So our people can have the basics, a say-so over how they're being governed. That's just basic. That's what everyone in the world is fighting for thousands of years. Representation, taxation without representation is tyranny. You live someplace, you're being taxed, right? You're being governed, but you have no say-so over anything that goes on around you. Only a fool would do that. Now I say, well, what about the Indians? Indians basically are not really Indian Chinese, right? Because they have governments. You know, they have governments backing them. Or unless you want America, you want to get buckled down and go over there with the American flag on your chest and say, I'm an American and stuff like that, you know, and you run to American counselor for everything. You got the Americans all in your business and everything. You want that? The next best thing is to start thinking the idea of we have to have some sort of self-rule and self-government. That's the only way. Well, Kala, what are the barriers that keep African Black from getting citizenship across the board? It's like this. Even if you get citizenship, right, you don't have any significant numbers to make any chance. You know, I would like to see brothers and sisters in Ghana get their citizenship that they want, right? But, you know, usually it's people older who basically they're going to live there for the rest of their life. That's one argument, you know. But when you got people saying that they want to make a political statement, right? You know, citizenship in any country is not going to really do you much good. You know, citizenship should come when you basically have a thriving community in that country. And you got a community that basically has its own stock exchange, got its own internal realized revenue generating capacity and stuff like that. People that got real estate, you got banking. There's not one African American bank on the African continent. So what is citizenship going to do for people if you're not building those infrastructures, those things? Yeah, we have to make a collective, you know, it's a collective thing, you know. You got to make it safe collectively, you know. This is us as a group. This is what we want. We keep building these communities in Ghana, right? And we got significant numbers and everything. But the problem is a lot of those people, right, instead of them saying, you know something, we got several communities, black communities, diaspora communities popping up in Ghana. Let's be on the same page. This is what we want. You know, when roads are being built, run everything. Okay, we want a road being built. I think the Ghanaians be like, oh no, we collect a lot of tax from you, but we're gonna build a road over here. And you're saying, no, we need a road right here. Now, any other civilization, you will have that go to town hall, whatever like that, have your debate. And you have a politician who come to your side and say, you know something, you're right, let's do this. And you reward him with your vote and your financial support. You don't have that in Ghana or any country in Africa right now because you're all over the place. People keep saying what happened in Liberia. I think what you need to do is study Liberian history. People have this idea that Liberia was like this. Liberia was a country founded by African Americans, Caribbeans, and repatriated Africans and local Africans on the coast. You know, what happened in Liberia? They built a republic, right? There were Liberians from all over that served in the government, in the military throughout its history. What happened in Liberia? Liberia had the most peaceful history in Africa, 133 years of peace. All the tribes and territories joined Liberia by treaty because they saw what happened in Sierra Leone. They saw what happened in French Africa. So they said, let's join this country because it's a black republic. So when people say it don't happen in Liberia, they don't know anything about the country of Liberia, only what the white man fed them. Liberia was a success story in Africa. It was a black republic. But all these other countries in Africa were colonial outposts. Liberia is the only country in Africa where white people cannot own land. You don't have white farmers. You don't have white miners in Liberia. All the land is owned by black Africans. They're like, boo, be careful about Liberia. They don't know anything about the culture of Liberia. Stop reading what you see on memes and online by ignorant people. I've studied Liberia for over 30 years. Liberia was a remarkable success story in black power and black government. It was because of Liberia that Nigeria and all these countries made the case that they can govern themselves. They said, look, we got this black country on the coast of Africa that's governing themselves. Nnamdi Azikiwe, the president of Nigeria, first president of Nigeria, he said he was inspired by what he saw in Liberia and when he went to Black America. You know, read Nnamdi Azikiwe, what he said about Liberia. Kyle's correct. Citizenship means nothing when your numbers are small and you have the financial power. Also, citizenship is granted to your children born in Africa by marriage and certain citizens. But yeah, your children, if you're born there, could have citizenship and everything. You know, but people think citizen, oh, I'm going to be a citizen. It's not like America. And this is what I want to say. Do we really have citizenship in Africa? Now, what is left of African citizenship, I don't want to diminish that to the local Africans. Because let me tell you something. Let me give you an example. The reason why African leaders go to these Western countries, right, is to, and you see them up there getting awards and sitting down with the big, powerful people in Europe, right, is to send a message to the people back home that who's in charge. It sends a message to the military, who's in charge, don't get out of line. You know, a coup only happens in Africa when the West decides that this leader got to go. That's what Kwame Nkrumah, he was away, and America said, you know, so the CIA said, look, it's time to get rid of him, and he had a coup. Because they didn't like Kwame Nkrumah wanted to nationalize these industries in Ghana. So they said, look, let's get rid of this guy because he's a problem. They wait till he was out of the country. Same thing with Milton Obote. You know, he was away. He never came back. But he came back after Idi Amin was disposed of. But they green-lighted his thing because he was talking all these socialist programs and taking land away from white people and Indians and everything. And while he was gone, the CIA told Idi Amin, now it's your time, son. You know, it's your time to shine. and he had a coup. There was a coup. So African leaders stay in line, right? And when the stronger they are with the West, the stronger they are at home. The power and the will of in the West, the president supposedly is governed by consent of the governed. It's not like that in Africa. In Africa, the people are contained by force, by poverty, by patronage, by nepotism, and all the stuff like that. So, and they call them citizens. But it's not a real citizen. But what a citizen is when the people in the country are paying the taxes. Most countries in Africa don't have a tax base with the people. Usually there's one crop or one export that funds everything. Same thing happened in Nigeria. All the 30 states in Nigeria, none of them have their own tax base. They get the money from the federal government. So that's a power thing. Can you really call them citizens when you really have no say-so over anything? You can't succeed because you can't succeed. Say, hey, we're gonna withdraw from Nigeria. You don't have any means of money, Yeah, Liberia's problems is infrastructure. It's infrastructure, but it's slowly getting there. But the problem is infrastructure. Infrastructure is everything. If Liberia had infrastructure, and hopefully in a few years and whatnot, that's going to change. Liberia doesn't have food shortage, to tell you the truth, right? They're growing modern crops and stuff like that. They're starting. You got people growing rice and stuff like that. It's turning around slowly. It's turning around slowly in Liberia. The problem in Liberia is the majority of Liberian men don't think about economics. Everybody wants to be a politician. If you create a culture in Liberia where you got important men, they're businessmen, they're not politicians, that'll change. But in Liberia, people, you got fools that were nothing, janitors in America. They go back to Liberia, right? And they run for office and win. Because they talk all the same negative stuff. Oh, man, American Liberians, whatnot. That's how you get elected. Or you talk, when you have a country, a government that's in power, instead of basically saying, let me do this to build this, right? Everything is negative. Like, oh, they ain't doing it right. They ain't doing it right. I'm like, yo, if you got in power, you do the same thing. Nothing. And that's how all over Africa. Politics. That's why I said, black people in America, you do not want to involve yourself in African politics. Because the politics in America, I don't even know the mayor of my city. To tell you the truth, I don't know who he is. I know the mayor of Virginia Beach. Well, I moved to Virginia Beach down the road, right? I met him. He told me, let's go to lunch sometime, talk business. But while I live at Chesapeake, right, I have yet to even see who the mayor is. Why? Because everything is provided for me. I don't know who my city council is. I've been here 4 years. I don't know anything. It's not like that in Africa. You know every politician. Who gets elected determines who eats or who doesn't eat. So politics is sharp in Africa. Most people don't even care about politics in America. You don't know where like that. All you know is your trash picked up, right? You got roads, you got everything. You're doing your thing. Africa is life and who it gets elected is life and death. So you don't want to involve yourself in that level of politics. You don't. Like we were talking about, I want citizenship, I want to run for office and all this kind of foolishness, Kyle, how does Campbell see BAO views? BAO, I mean, he's basically, Dr. Campbell had one time across, because at the one time, the BAO was like the only group out. This was before Facebook, before YouTube, the YouTube goofballs got there. Dr. Campbell came across the BAO and stuff like that. We agree. Well, he wanted the BAO to come under his thing and whatnot. We're like, we agree to disagree. We respected everything, but we're doing our own thing. He wanted the BAO to be under his umbrella, Well, I still respect Dr. Campbell. I can't wait to meet him one day, and stuff like that, I can't wait to meet him one day, but, he does his thing, and I do my thing. But I have nothing but respect for the man. He's a great man. Great man, great Pan African leader. So,
Like you say, respectfully, I disagree. I agree to disagree.
really disagree. But I know I support a lot of his stuff and everything. I just think he thinks the meta-netter should be our language. I think we should take a local African language and make it the lingua franca. He thinks the meta-netter of Egypt was. I can't see it like everybody going through all that right now. That could be an elective. If I was in power, we have the Afrikstan, right? I would make that a mandatory elective, right? That people learn it, right? But I couldn't make it the lingua franca. That would retard our culture. We'll be 1,000 years not knowing how to speak to each other. Right now for the diaspora of Black America, English is our language. But nevertheless, it's a good idea to learn. The meta-netter, the hieroglyphs, and all this stuff like that. If we had our own school system, I'd definitely be on the curriculum. That's how I meet people halfway.
Yes, Kala. Yes, Kala. That's keep up the lessons.
Yeah, let's say Chris Bray said, "Do Black Americans understand that the majority of African people live in shanty towns, have to really deal with life?" Yes, people don't realize that. There's people like the Africans, man. I like to give our African brothers and sisters thing. They've been putting their propaganda on. Black people see these cities and everything. Let me tell you something how I know this. When we came down here in '88 on vacation, right? We came to North Carolina, we came to Virginia Beach. We were down here to Labor Day weekend Greek Fest, right? We had a ball. We seen all these Black people. Oh, Virginia Beach, this is gonna be the place and everything. 3 years later, we moved down here. That was the worst mistake we ever made. But I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't know Bomani. I wouldn't be Kala Genesis because that was a culture shock, right? We didn't know there was a difference between New York having industrialized jobs, all this stuff like this. We're like, we're moving to Virginia, man. My father's like, yeah. My father's company was supposed to shut down in Oakland, New Jersey, and he didn't. We said we didn't want to move to Tennessee, right? And so we decided we want to move to Virginia, right? So we were like this, we all dumb. We didn't know that. My parents had like $140,000 in the bank, when we moved here, right? We cashed in sold our house, sold middle America, middle class people, man. We were friggin', after 2 years, all that money was gone, and we were living in friggin' squalor. We couldn't find jobs or nothing. We just saw, Virginia Beach, all these Black people, Norfolk, every Black people, because we were living in a white community upstate New York. We got tired of that. Moved down here, no jobs, no nothing, scraping by. I mean, it was horrible. So I can understand how people, they go look at Africa. Oh man, they go there. I want to move here and whatnot. They don't understand economics. They don't understand GDP. They don't understand capital flight and all stuff like that plagues Africa. And they just moved there. No organization, no skills, no backup, no investment pool, no nothing. So we have to think smart. We have to organize. Most Americans don't really care about politics. Yeah, we don't care. The basics of life are taken care of. People are not scrounging for the basics in America. So we don't give a shit about politics. Really. Politics is about who you like, who you agree with. That's all it is. Bill Clinton got up there and played the saxophone. We fell in love with him. Barack Obama with his purple lips talking about, yes, we can. We fell in love with Obama. Nobody eats or starves based on who's elected in America. We don't have to worry about no coup and all stuff like that. Yeah, a lot of African Americans are struggling in Ghana. Nobody talks about that. I know a lot of people, they're struggling. Lucy, let me say something, right? I know you agree with this, right? That's the reason why people basically don't meet up, because they're embarrassed. They went over to Ghana, it didn't work out. They thought they didn't understand that you go into a developing country. The Ghanaians are going to eat first. They're going to get the opportunities first before you do. And so they're over there struggling and everything like that. They don't want to look like fools coming back to America. A lot of people coming back. They're like, oh, coming back. They shut the YouTube channel, coming back, you know, oh, yeah, well, and I'm going to go ahead again. I'm getting back there, you know. And the bottom line, they don't work with other black people because look at the culture we have, you know. You know, around black people in America, right? You know, if you got it, we always like to show off, you know. We like putting on airs. I'm doing so well and stuff like that, you know. And the real reason what we call faking it till we make it. You could do that in America because you could hit the lottery or get a good job, and the next you know, they didn't know what you went through. They don't know you're struggling. They don't know you got $5 in the bank account, you know. They don't know you feeding for coupons, trying to like that. You could fake it, you know. You know. Kala, tonight's dialogue was very important. Thank you. Yes, this is what we do. Tuesday and Saturday night, Brother Bomani and I are here for you to give you the real thing about Pan-Africanism and everything, you know. We want our people living in Ghana to work together, but let's be honest with ourselves, right? The problem is, our people in Ghana is that instead of us working together, right, getting off YouTube, right, everybody want to get like that one couple that's in Ghana, right? They said the rent guy went up. They put a video about there. What's it called? My Ghanaian light. Whatever you know, that guy I'm talking about. The guy with light skin, wife. You know, they say they got to move out of their place because the rent went up. You know, even you do that, why?
Rent is always going up. Last I remember since being a teenager. Rent has been going up since I was a teenager. This goes up and up.
But people love living in Ghana so much, but they're suffering. They're struggling. You know, they're begging for hit my Patreon every day to check in their YouTube account. How much money is YouTube? You know, is that any way to live? You living off YouTube views and all stuff like this? No.
No, get a job, get a career, get something going, get a business flowing.
And Africa, for the most part, is not there yet. What we can do is make the case. If this guy make this case for this medical center, right? We can make the case for Hewlett Packard, IBM, whatever like that, to open up factories and everything. Put our people to work. Amazon. I mean, my boy Jamal was telling me about this one girl that he's friends with Amazon. They said they're looking to open up a plant in West Africa and everything. Amazon could be a good thing, you know, for great jobs, right?
Hey, come to Jahadzi.
You know, bottom line is this: we have to be. We let me tell you something, folks. A lot of people don't want to hear this, right? It might have to be. We have to swallow our pride, right? Admit we're Americans, right? And say, you know something? Go up the stats and everything. Go to FedEx and everything. Say, look, this is how much the potential of freight is here. Open up a thing and open up an air freight in Ghana, UPS, and everything. You'll create jobs. You know, we have to basically bring American investment to the African continent.
Yes, sir. That is
it. 80%, 85% of us need to have good jobs on the continent, right? Only like 10% could be business people, and I'm going to Africa open a business. No, you need to build communities, right, where everybody got good jobs, right? And then when you build your business, right, you got customers. It's that simple. Everybody can't be over there talking about, I'm going to open up a business. Everybody, and that's why people don't talk to each other. They're struggling inside because they're embarrassed. They're ashamed that they feel like they're failures. True. Americans are embarrassed. Yeah. I know this. I know my people. I know Black America. What did I say, Bomani? What did I got a PhD in?
Negrology.
I got a PhD in Negroology.
Negrology.
You know what I'm saying? I know Negroes. You know, with pride, you're embarrassed, you know. Black people, and then you being looked down at by the locals. That must be Trevor, man. You know, you're like, damn, man, the locals looking down. Man. There's African Americans who in Africa are homeless now, struggling, begging on the streets. You know, Chris said, most Americans don't realize care about politics, unfortunately. Put that last thing up. Put that last one up, Bomani. Okay, Chris says it's true. In fact, Black Americans are embarrassed that they don't really have the skills or need to make it happen in Africa, so they avoid each other. That's exactly what it is. You're the first person that confirmed that. I knew that's what the problem was. Black Americans pay $1,000 for rent because they can't live at lower standard of living that's normal for Africans. Blacks have accepted that we need a lot of help and must get skills. Have to accept that we need skills. Yes. Yes. All this is this, Frank says, it's all good plan before you go to Africa and America. Still, some people are homeless. Yeah, people in America are homeless, right? Because they're drug addicts and all stuff like that, People in Africa, people in America are homeless because they're either drugs and criminals, or some people in America like the homeless lifestyle. I saw this one white guy talk about he gets $600 a month, right? He got a little tent right here, and it's a lifestyle. Homeless is like a lifestyle. And that same homeless guy, man, got money in his pocket, panhandling. You got homeless guys making $300 a day panhandling,
Wow.
It's not the same, man. America being homeless and being homeless in Africa are two different things, bro. Yeah, Kala,
Hey, Kala, you remember the beggars on the train? You got mad game like the beggars on trains in New York City. The beggars on the train.
Yeah. These niggas got game, man. Motherfuckers be out there playing the harmonica and whatnot, playing the guitar. Everybody throwing them dollars and whatnot, shit, I got a PhD in Negroology. I know black people, man, I think I know, so it's like, it is what it is. This is the type of conversation people need to be having. It's real. You go to another country, that's real shit. Damn, that shit's real. It's real life here. If we're together, like Lucy said, and we have a house where people can live for like a year, and if people go on hard times.
Well, Lucy was saying, these are the things that people like myself bring to the table, and even with the land project, these are things we come up with, but it's hard to really pull these things off. The issue is you have so many people that's, some of them may be with you, but they change their mind quick. And next thing you know, they have an issue with somebody or something, and it's just they use it as a reason and excuse. I use it as a reason and excuse to just not produce or not to join calls or not to work together. And I mean, I'm telling people everything that you hear me talk about is live that world and experience, and things like that. So then you just keep on working it and make it move. But these are the things that will make it work, and you have less people with these issues, because when you're doing black cooperative economics and you're doing communal living, I mean, I'm not saying everybody just have to live together in the same house. I mean, even the community that we build in is communal living. People.
We should have a kitchen. We should have a kitchen. But you a meal. Okay, we got a meal there for $1. For $1, everybody can for $1. Sandwich and everything, tie you over. We should have all that. Those things are necessary. We basically gotta help each other. We gotta help each other. We gotta get rid of our pride. People, it's all about pride. Pride comes before the fall. Say, yo, man, Bomani, I'm down on my fucking with our hey, we got a place for you. What you gonna do? Hey, we got some chores for you, right? We need this dig, stuff like that. You contribute. Black people, we did that in Liberia. That's how we built Liberia. People come over, didn't have nothing or whatnot. They say, oh, we have families. I'll put you up for like a year and stuff like that. And you go out there. Next thing you know, you got your own homestead and you were good to go. Because we knew there was no coming back to America.
There you go, Kala. Got another one for you.
Comparing homeless to Africa in America compared to shades on Africa is comparing with watermelon to a grape. Chris is no joke, man. He's no joke. He's lighting it up, man. He's lighting it up, man. Chris, you need your own channel, man. That's what you need. You need your own YouTube channel, bro. Tell her what's going on, man. Tell her the real thing. So people know, okay, this is how we do better. We're not telling people not to come to Africa. We're saying get organized. Join the BAO, join our people, our network, join Africa for Africans, join the networks and everything like that. Work together. They're gonna be all big, and everybody gonna be all big and high and mighty when they're already failing and whatnot, you know.
Yes, Kala, appreciate the energy. Appreciate the energy. You know,
Didn't I tell you this was gonna be a good show tonight? Did I tell you? I never disappoint, do I?
yes, brother. You're always a classic. So family, you know, it's the end of the late night shift. As you can see, the background is dark. You know, because the rest get more work and things like that. So the numbers, the links, they're always being broadcast. Reach out, connect, and you know, and we're gonna keep it going strong.
Yes, brother Bomani, I gotta get 4 o'clock, Dan. I gotta get up in the morning, man. You know, I had a real productive day today, man. I love it, man. I love going to my office and getting work done and whatnot. You know, got my one agent back. You know, he took a long vacation from January when I was first day back at the office, man. I put him to work, man. I said, hey, make some calls, bro. You know, make get that money. Let's get that money rolling in, man. You know, you got your agent coming on board, man. Let's do this business. Build what you have to build in America, folks. The stronger you are in America, the stronger you are going to be in Africa, you know? So, like this, you know, so. Chris says, one last thing. Chris says, I love Bobby Kala because some blacks are romanticizing Africa. Africa is truly messed up. In Black America, all hell's breaking loose with violence and custody. Yep. We're the lone voice, man. We got, it's like we're cornered. You know, I'm a dangerous person. I'm cornered. We got Black America, chaos and rain throughout America. Even Black middle class communities are under assault with gangs and crime and shit like that. You know, and then you got Africa is not developing, capital flight and everything like that. We have to build the Black African infrastructure globally. You know, and create a new Black world order for Africa. And it starts with basically saying it, you know, we want a new order in place, you know, Africa for the Africans. You know?
There goes, brother, and got some nice tunes on the way out. Let me know if you can hear this good.
Shining bright, forever and ever. Come on and move away them dark clouds. Shining bright.
You playing it?
Yes, that's what we're playing right now. Sons of Africa.
Sons of Africa, shining bright. Sons of Africa, forever.
Yes, family, closing out.
Sons of Africa.
Another live stream. Bomani and Kala.
You got to turn it up,
Sons of Africa. Sons of Africa. Sons of Africa.
Hey, we say you can't hear Sons of Africa loud enough.
Nah, I can't hear it all. CIA, man. CIA trying to sabotage our shit.
Sons of Africa. Remember where the pillars of the pyramid. Sons of Africa. Remember where the ones who navigated the Nile. Sons of Africa. And all the stars.
You still can't hear that?
Nuh-uh.
All right, what I'm gonna do is bust a tune from the website. Family, appreciate you joining us, family, and definitely have to close. The journey continues. Yes, brother Kala, you take care. We will reconnect. And
I'm gonna give you
joining us.
I'm gonna give you a ring tomorrow, brother.
Absolutely, we'll definitely connect.
All right, brother. Peace. Salute.